Okay, we got the go. So I will call this regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Walter Wilson of Friendship Baptist Church and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Mayor Booker and esteemed council, it is a pleasure to be here to pray a prayer that will cover your business for today and forevermore. So with that said, let us bow. Heavenly Father, we come before you in the mighty name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ to pray for our city leaders. We pray that you place spiritual skillfulness and godly wisdom at the mantle of their hearts and minds, and that not their will be done, but let your will be done. We pray as they move to make decisions that their hearts and ears will be attentive to the needs of the people you've called them to serve. Lord Jesus, I ask that you remind them that you are our refuge and strength, a very pleasant help in the time of trouble, and thank you that your name is a strong tower, and in times of indecision that they can lean and depend on the one who calms troubled waters. Thank you for covering them with your grace and your mercy, and for allowing your Holy Spirit to lead, guide, and direct them. Father, we ask all of these things in the mighty, matchless, miraculous name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
All right, and thank you, Pastor. Okay, please call the roll.
Chapman. Burke. Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Harris.
Okay, we have two proclamations today, Juneteenth 2022 and Alzheimer's and Brain Health Awareness Month. If the Juneteenth folks would come to the front, please. Juneteenth has become one of my favorite events, and two parts of it I like the most. One is when the children perform. The other is when we all get together and eat. Why is it we like to eat so much? But we do, don't we? And it's fun to get together as a community and break bread together, and we have a great time, don't we? Now, is everybody invited to that event?
Everyone.
And I'm going to.
Oklahoma.
Pardon?
Southwest Oklahoma.
It's all Southwest Oklahoma.
Oh, yes.
All right. Okay, let's read this proclamation. I got the wrong one. Whereas Juneteenth continues to be the most recognized African American holiday observance in the United States, Juneteenth commemorates the survival due to God-given strength and determination of African Americans who were first brought to this country in the bottom of slave ships and a month-long journey across the Atlantic Ocean known as the Middle Passage. And whereas approximately 11.5 million African Americans survived the voyage to the New World, the number that died is likely greater, only to be forced to submit to slavery for more than 200 years after their arrival in the United States. Whereas Juneteenth commemorates the day freedom was proclaimed to all slaves in the South by Union General Granger on June the 19th, 1865 in Galveston, Texas, more than 2.5 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation by President Abraham Lincoln. And whereas Americans of all colors, creeds, cultures, religions, and countries of origin share in a common love and respect for freedom, as well as a determination to protect their right to freedom through democratic institutions by which the tenets of freedoms are guaranteed and protected. Now, therefore, I, Stan Booker, Mayor, City of Lawton, do hereby recognize June 18th, 2022 as Juneteenth in the Lawton Fort Sill community. Encourage all citizens to give full consideration thereof and come out and enjoy the events this Saturday at what time?
3:30.
You seemed inquisitory there.
3:30.
Okay. All right, let's give them a round of applause. Here, we got to take a picture. All right, now, I know it's dangerous giving a preacher the microphone, but I'm going to let you talk.
No, I was going to say 8 o'clock Saturday morning, we will be there setting up the festivities for the kids and setting up the everything that needs to be done. And if you want to volunteer to come and help at 8 o'clock Saturday morning, you are welcome, because we need plenty of help.
All right.
Come on out and have a good time.
And there are a group of folks that get together and cook even all night to prepare for this, right? And it really is good food. It's a lot of fun. It's good. It's community. That's what it is. It's community. Thank you, guys. Let's give them another round of applause. Now, if the Alzheimer's folks will come forward. This is something that affects so many people and so important, and we're glad that you're here today. And of course, this has affected probably almost everybody in the room with a family member, and certainly with my father, it affected him, and so this is an important thing that you guys do. Let's read the proclamation. Whereas Alzheimer's disease is an irreversible, progressive brain disorder that slowly destroys memory and thinking skills and eventually limits the ability to carry out the simplest task. And whereas Alzheimer's is the 6th leading cause of death in the United States and 5th leading cause of death for those over 65 and older, more than 1,700 Oklahomans die from Alzheimer's disease each year. Whereas nearly 6 million Americans and more than 67,000 Oklahomans aged 65 and older are living with Alzheimer's. Whereas the number of people with Alzheimer's is expected to triple in the next 35 years, and 1 in 7 Oklahomans over age 45 report they are experiencing confusion or memory loss that is happening more often or is getting worse. Whereas the Oklahoma State Department of Health's Oklahoma Healthy Brain Initiative is working to help build a better infrastructure in Oklahoma for those facing this disease. Whereas this month, the City of Lawton stands united with those living with Alzheimer's disease and related dementias, their families and caregivers, and all Oklahomans dedicated to addressing Alzheimer's through continued research and funding efforts, and the development of new and innovative approaches to fighting the disease. Now, therefore, I, Stan Booker, Mayor, City of Lawton, do hereby proclaim June 2022 to be Alzheimer's and Brain Health Awareness Month and encourage all citizens to learn more about Alzheimer's disease and participate in the Oklahoma State Department of Health's Oklahoma Healthy Brain Initiative to help protect themselves from the devastating impact of Alzheimer's. Let's give them a round of applause, then we're going to let them talk. Did you something about you? Looks like the spokesman.
I am the walk manager for Lawton's Walk, Ardmore's Walk, and Chickasha's Walk, and we are having Lawton's Walk September the 24th at 9:30. If you haven't yet registered, please register, and it's a way to fundraise for yourself or Businesses can sponsor. I have a sponsorship packet if you want. I'll happily send it to you. It's just a way for Alzheimer's Association to do the ongoing research. One of the other ways that we serve is through caregivers. We help with programs, because if you've ever been a caregiver, you know it's a full-time job and you're not getting paid to do it. And when you're working with somebody who has no idea who you are, or they have other health ailments, you are at the mercy of whatever is happening with them, and therefore it just causes a lot of stress, and they don't get a break. You know, it's like having a child to take care of. You don't get that break. So we do have programs for caregivers as well as those living with Alzheimer's and dementia. And would you like to speak on the BRAIN initiative?
Sarah will. Okay.
So I'm the chair for the new coalition that's throughout the state. It's the Oklahoma Healthy Brain Initiative, and what we're trying to do is unite all of the areas on services and different opportunities that we have to support caregivers and those living with dementia and Alzheimer's. So if you are interested in joining, we lack representation from this area, so I would gladly take anyone who would like to help with this. We are working to rewrite the state plan. We are working to educate our state house and our senators and just make everything better. We're even working on some programs in the workforce to make businesses dementia friendly. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. It's very important that we get more representation, as this is going to affect the next 5 years in the state on how we handle health issues for the brain.
All right, let's give them another round of applause. And be sure and come out for the walks. Those walks do a lot of good, raising money, and that money, most of it at least, goes towards research, but at least it goes towards helping people in some way. Yeah, stays in Oklahoma. Okay, good. Thank you, guys. Okay, now we move on to reports by the mayor and city council, and I'm going to start by telling my wife, who I think is watching, happy 47th anniversary. And with that, we'll start on number 8. Isn't this a great way to spend your anniversary? Mr. Warren? None? Ms. Johnson? Fortenbaugh? Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to remind everybody that I think it's, I know it's this month at least, Tuesday nights, the Farmers Market is having Food Truck Tuesday. My wife and I went there and enjoyed some real good food and some real good company out there. They're also selling produce, so the Farmers Market is open during that time. So if you are hungry, and you just might be that time of night, then make your way over there and pick you up some fresh vegetables. Thank you, Mayor.
Chapman?
Yes, I just want to give recognition to our city employees who are out in this heat working right now. Everywhere I drive, I see them working on different projects, and I just want to say thank you to them. They are the wheels that keep this city moving, from city employees up to the department heads and the city staff. So thank you very much.
Amen. Let's give them a round. Mr. Harris?
Yeah, I just want to remind people that Freedom Fest is coming up in a very short period of time. Jason's been doing an excellent job getting prepared for that. Thank you for all the work you're doing. This year it's going to be 2 days instead of 1, so there'll be twice the excitement, twice the fun, and please get out and support that.
Okay, Ms. Hankins.
I just had an interesting happening this week. I had a man in Ward 1 who I scheduled an appointment with on Sunday at 3 o'clock, and he just wanted to know what he could do to help his city. He's a retired man, and we'll find a place for him, but he was just such a nice person and just wanted to help his city. So that was exciting.
Right, that is exciting. Thank you. Okay, now we move on to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. All right, Albert, we've already got your name and address.
That's great. I just wanted to read something real quick, and nothing. Thank you, Pastor, that did the prayer at the beginning, because it spoke a lot about what happened today. Even, I think of whoever oppresses the poor shows contempt for their Maker, but whoever is kind to the needy honors God. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and the needy. Whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord, and he will reward them for what they have done. I know, Randy Warren, you're looking at your iPad instead of hearing what I'm saying, but I hope people remember that the vote that took place today, while you're back at your houses, sitting in your nice chairs, think about the people that won't be able to afford that utility bill. That's it.
Okay, thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak during audience participation? Come forward, ma'am. Now, this is about items that are not on the agenda. So do you have an item to address that's not on the agenda, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and your name and address, please.
I really hate giving my address, but I'll give it to you anyway. My name is Carla Dean, and I live at 1108 Northwest 74th Street, Lawton, Oklahoma.
Okay, thank you.
It is on your special agenda, and I want to back up this gentleman. I am so blessed in my own life, in my own lifestyle, and yet I do also cut corners because I was raised by parents of the Depression. You waste not, you use it up, you don't throw it out. My heart breaks for this particular raise. Why? I work with veterans and their widows. What spurs me on is I worked with a lady who contacted me. She lived not in Oklahoma, but on our border in Kansas. She was 70 years old. It was January. She lived in her car on a little over $600 a month. She didn't have utilities to worry about. She tried to stay warm. There are people in our community who will be confronted with, do I actually use the water? Do I actually put trash out, or what do I do? And I understand the cost of everything has gone up. You'd have to be deaf, dumb, and blind and mute not to know this. But at the end of the day, everything creeps up. We're all watching our purses. Sir, I'm on board with you. Ma'am, I'm on board with you. I've spoken to my own councilman and expressed my concerns. It isn't about those of us who have. It's about those that truly, truly struggle. And it may not seem like much, but to me, I moved back here voluntarily a little less than 2 years ago, just in the trash department. I've gone to once a week, not twice a week. Yes, I get that pickup on the whatever day of the month it is, of large bulk. But at the end of the day, we have to look at the citizens. I've been told Lawton is trying to make this a good place to retire. Well, if you're on a very tight fixed income, good luck, God bless. Again, I understand where you're all coming from. You've got fuel, you don't have to look hard. Fill your car up and you almost have a heart attack. Again, we really need to think about where can we cut back. The other thing that isn't on the agenda, and I've never gotten a full answer, the media mentioned something about a 4% increase, and I'm not sure if that's sales tax. It was kind of vague. Holy mackerel, we're almost at 10% now. Every single thing you buy, even food, 10%, that's a lot for a lot of people. The other thing that I read was 10 positions within our police department. I know I'm getting long, but at the end of the day, we have a really high crime rate, kids. We got to do something about that. Thank
Okay,
you for your time.
Thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward? All right, thank you for coming. Can you give us your name and address, please?
My name is Justin Harrell at 3212 Northeast Cimarron Trail. This is my first meeting. From what I understand, that motion did pass. What I challenge you guys in front of me to do is, with that, do the right thing for our community. If you're going to raise the water bill, if you're going to raise our trash, don't paint the streets. Our wastewater treatment plant desperately needs our attention. Desperately needs our attention. There's a lot of things, our sewers, our waters, everybody knows this ground sucks. Everything breaks, everything settles. I challenge you guys to do the right thing with the money. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that wants to speak? All right, thank you for coming, and we need your name and address.
My name is Emmanuel Alfaro, and my address is 2315 Northwest 75th Street. Okay, I don't really want to touch on the item very much because that's what you said, but I'm more of a results-oriented, no excuses kind of person. I mean, if you guys don't know who I am, I own the lot in Grapevine. I've been out here doing a lot of community work for a long time. And personally, I feel like I've done a lot of things that help you guys as far as trying to bring recognition, positive awareness to our city. Right now, I'm working on a big community event that will bring a lot of people here to town. And before I tell you what that is, I just want to say that really what I would like to ask from the city council, instead of raising the rates for everybody in our city, let's try to find creative ways to expand the budget. I don't understand why we don't ever think outside the box. The solution isn't always tax the people. I don't feel that that's right. And Mr. Randy Warren, you said that there's no other solution.
Sir,
we weren't part of this.
You're not to address the individual council members.
Okay, well, we said that the rates have not gone up and have not been part of the increase in everything else. Well, I used to pay $65 for my water bill without using anything. It somehow has jumped to $90. Then there's another increase today. Now, my suggestion is, instead of taxing the people, let's try to find a way to expand the budget. So if we get money through hotel motel tax, we can think of creative ways to, expand on tourism, bring people to town. That would really increase the amount of hotel motel tax money that we get and increase the budget so you don't have to tax the people. There are other ways that we can do things. And my event that I have coming up is actually in July. It's a citywide garage sale. Anybody that knows about these things that know that if you promote these things good enough, even the smallest of city will have tons of people coming from out of town to that little bitty town. Their hotels are packed. The people are making money, small businesses are making money, and the hotel motel, there's people staying here. The way that I've set it up is a 2-week event. East Side is July 20th to the 24th. We already have over 700 people interested in this event. What I need is support. I want to help you guys, but I don't want to be here to go back and forth with you. I want us to work together. That way we can work together for the city. So if something like this were to be successful and we were able to bring people from all over to Lawton, that would definitely help us out a lot in trying to increase the hotel motel tax and try to find creative ways outside the box to expand the budget. That way we can take the pressure off the citizens.
Right. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that'd like to come forward during audience participation? This is to address items that are not on the agenda. All right, Mike Cornish, we need your address.
6209 West Gore. I'm here to address the city council about permit division. I recently know that they're understaffed. We need another plans examiner. Charlotte's doing everything she can do, but she can't keep up. We've made it more complicated for every little permit process. I recently submitted for a permit, 524, started work on the project, called for electrical inspection, passed the electrical inspection, called for a framing inspection. And they seemed to think that I was breaking the law, so they issued a stop work order. Shut me down for a week. I came down to talk to her. She's in meetings. I come the next day to talk to her. She's in meetings. So I went to Mr. Berlowski to file an appeal to the stop work order. He didn't know how. But needless to say, I turned it over to my attorney to see if I can get a permit to go to work in this lovely community. Got one issued Monday. Instead of the normal $600 fee, I was fined $1,000 for being the nice guy to go through the system to try to apply for a permit. And she's overworked. We need another plans examiner. We don't need another supervisor. But we need to fix the problem. Do you know how to file an appeal?
Unfortunately, we can't talk back and forth, and I don't know how, but we will be in touch with you. I'd like to know more about this, and we'll be in touch, and we'll figure that out, okay?
Fair enough. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward during this time of audience participation? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on. Before we get started into the agenda, council, for whatever reason, the agenda came out in an order that doesn't equate to the way the rules state. And what that is the ordinances, for some reason, are first on business items and they're supposed to be last. So what I need is a motion to waive the rules and address the agenda in the order it's presented.
So moved.
Have a motion?
Second.
And a second. Please vote. Is this not working? Okay, we got one more vote. Okay, it's 8-0. Okay, thank you, council. Now we move on to the consent agenda. Oh, before we do the consent agenda, I need to pull a few other little things. Item number 2, the Ashley Harrell portion of item number 2. We need to pull number 22 for discussion, and then on the agenda, on the regular agenda, strike item 33. We'll deal with that at a later date. Now, oh, yes, sir.
Mayor, I have a procedural motion, if you'll hear it.
What's that?
This is the largest agenda I've ever seen since we've been here, and just for efficiency purposes, I make a motion that we limit council member discussion and debate on items to 3 minutes apiece.
Are you talking about 3 minutes total or 3 minutes at a time, sir?
3 minutes at a time each.
Okay, until it goes through? Okay. All right, so the procedural motion on the floor is to limit council debate to 3 minutes at a time. In other words, it could go through and you could talk 3 more minutes. Is there a second to this procedural motion?
Second.
I do have a second. Procedural motions are not subject to discussion or debate. Please vote. And the motion carries 8-0. Now we move to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. I'm going to repeat. We're pulling item number 2 concerning Ashley Harrell. We're pulling item number 22 for discussion and not on the consent agenda, but we're striking item 33. Is there anything else the council would like to pull for discussion? Pardon?
Number 10.
Okay, we'll pull number 10. Any others, council?
Move to approve the consent agenda as presented with the exceptions of the Herald portion of item number 2, item number 10, and item number 22.
Is there a second? Then we do have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. That takes us to item number 2. Consider the following damage claims recommended for denial. Ashley Harrell in the amount of $159. Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. This damage claim stems from a sewer backup incident, and I believe Mr. Harrell came up. He's in the. I believe he's the gentleman in the lime green shirt that came up and spoke, but I don't think he spoke to the merits of this claim. So he might want to come back up and speak again after I finish. But this damage claim 2022-008 under your agenda item 22-340 stems from a sewer backup claim. The claimants here, Mr. and Mrs. Harrell, they have a claim against the city for $159 to pay a bill to a local plumber. And so there was a clogged sewer allegedly on that date. This particular pipe segment, there's no history on that pipe segment. There's no history above as well. And then looking below that pipe segment, is something we do to see what the history is that might give us some notice that there's a problem with that particular section of sewer line. There was no history on the pipe segments, the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or the seventh, and you'll notice I skipped the sixth, because there was a history on the sixth pipe segment below, but that was 2 years prior to this incident, and that was caused back then by some non-biodegradable wipes. And the pipe segments from the actual pipe segment to the seventh segment did not appear or does not appear on the SSES report. That's the Sewer System Evaluation Survey. And so this particular claim that stemmed from the February 10th incident, February 10, 2022, the city staff found that there was roots and grease in the main, but everything taken in totality, there was no actual or constructive notice of this problem that would have indicated to the city that there was an issue there to remediate. And so because of that, we're recommending a denial. It's not a big claim. We're talking a $159 bill, but as has been pointed out, if we pay something like that when arguably we're not liable for it, then you could have a claim filed by a taxpayer that could result in 3 times the damages for the city to have to pay. And so if there's any questions, I'll entertain those.
Council, do you have any questions before we hear from Justin Harrell? Okay, Justin, would you like to come up, please? And Justin's 3212 Northeast Cimarron Trail. Justin?
That is correct. On the notice I did get in the mail that is, I think, attached to the agenda, excuse me, you will have to give me just a second. If you look under the facts section of that, and you go back to February 10th of 2022, it states that they cleared an obstruction of grease and roots. So the grease and roots, that was not labeled on this letter that I got that there were any wipes in that segment. There were wipes indicated 2 years ago to the day of that incident, but it also labeled roots as the 2020 segment also. So there was roots and grease in this segment that we're talking about on this year, and there was also roots in 2022. And I do think that is a legitimate claim of, as it's stated in here, as neglect. It is. There were roots in both occasions. The one on February 10th, 2022, it clearly states roots and grease. It does not say wipes. I also, this is also my fault that I did not submit this. I have here on 3/8/22, I called the city over an obstruction. The city came out and said there was no obstruction in the line. I have the receipt here from Solid Plumbing, and it states, main line stopped, ran 90 feet of cable, pulled wipes. And whenever they cleared it in February, it was jetted. So I don't know what the jetting process is, if that pushed back stuff. But I have here that the Solid Plumbing, they ran 90 feet into them, and they ran that into the main. It was not mine. Before we came today, I did take a small video. It is 80 feet depth, linear length to the opposite side of the easement. So, in my opinion, if he ran 90 feet, he was not in my line. So, that's all the information that I have for consideration on that topic.
Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Harrell? Okay, thank you for
Thank you.
coming. Do we have a motion or questions for Chris?
I have a question for Chris.
Chris?
Is he up there? Okay. The information that he just shared with us today, is that something that you all could look at or would look at to reconsider?
Yeah, certainly. We could look at that information if you'd like for us to.
Any other questions?
I guess my question really, Chris, is we've known that there's roots in the line twice now. I mean, they're not going to go away, so those have to either be, that piece of the segment has to be replaced, and so that there's not roots in it. Something's got to give. I'm not quite sure why we didn't fix it in 2020 when we found roots in it.
Well, again, the roots, if there were roots there in 2020 and they could potentially grow back, that would be something as to our maintenance, our responsibility to maintain those lines. And there's nothing in the information from the city staff that indicates that there was anything to give us notice that those roots had grown back. But that's true. I mean, roots can grow back. I see Rusty's lurking up, so maybe he has something he might want to share.
The roots that were documented in 2020 was 5 line segments downstream, concrete line, and we're not saying there could not have been roots. We're not saying that. It's just we did not know on his line segment that there was roots, and that's what the standing was. Now, we're not denying there was a blockage of the date of his claim in the main, and it was roots and grease. When we have roots in a line, we chemical treat the roots. It usually dissolves them for 2 to 3 years, and then they go back and retreat them or hydrosol the lines, and that's the maintenance process of our system. So,
Do we have that line at all scheduled to possibly be?
That line is not scheduled on the SSES program. It was not identified as a high maintenance line. So.
Okay, thank you.
So, Rusty, according to the constituent, there were roots in 2020?
That was in a line segment that was 5 to 6 line segments downstream of where
Which is how?
Which it's within 800 or 1,000 feet downstream of his.
And so how far, this most recent case of the roots was how far?
They were on the line segment that he's on. The most recent case was the line segment that he was on.
So not the same location?
Not the same line segment. They were both put in at the same time, and we're not saying that it was all put in at one time, so they're the same age.
So have we evaluated the rest of this line to see if there's any other further?
They have PM the line and and checked it and run hydrosol through it to see if, and they cleared it. There was no other obstructions found on the line segment, the 1 through 7 location. So,
thank you, Rusty.
Mayor, I have a motion in regards to this, but I'd like to move to table this until the next council meeting. The purpose being so that legal can review all of the information that Mr. Harrell has and then make a determination. I think we could do that in 2 weeks, right?
Okay, we have a motion to table the item. Is there a second? A second. Discussion or debate? Please call the roll. Or excuse me, please vote. And the motion to table carries 8-0. Takes us to item number 10. Consider approving operating a professional services agreement providing entertainment and fireworks for the 7th Annual Freedom Festival by Limelight Productions and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the contract.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Didn't really have any problems with this. That's coming up like Councilman Harris was saying, and I just want to see if we can get an update on it and for the citizens.
Thank you. My name is Jason Poudrier, and I am the Arts and Humanities Administrator. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you for that question about getting an update for Lawton Fort Sill Freedom Festival. As Councilmember Harris mentioned, it is going to be a two-day event, July 1st and July 2nd. We're very excited about it. The contract, which is the agenda item, is slightly more than it has been in the past, and that's because in the past, $65,000 has been allocated towards Lawton Fort Sill Freedom Festival each year. That's rolled over. Each year, the events essentially stayed the same. And so there's some excess money that's there that's rolled over specifically for the Freedom Festival celebration. So this year, what we're working on doing, similar to what one of the gentlemen mentioned earlier, is doing something to help promote tourism, taking some additional dollars that's been allocated towards the festival and making it bigger and better. So we're going to have zip lines this year, so we're really looking forward to that. We're going to have a headline performer who was just crowned Miss Tulsa. She competed for Miss Oklahoma, and she's been competing for American Idol. Her name's Emily Faith. So she'll be performing along with the 77th Army Band. We're working with MWR to get some bounce houses. We plan to have 25 bounce houses, set up a little bounce house park, do little $5 wristbands, and then we'll split with our volunteers who work those bounce houses. Some of that money, the other money will go towards Freedom Festival. So we just look forward to a wonderful festival this year, and thank you for having me up to speak, and I'm open to answer any questions.
Any questions, Council?
Yes, we'll have food there, of course, won't we?
Yes, we actually have about 27 different vendors set up. About 18 to 19 of those are food from not as diverse as International Festival, but we have several first-time vendors. We have a pizza vendor that's going to have some ice cream and stuff too. Jimmy's Bag of Donuts is coming back. That's what I'm looking forward to. But there are several that are they're excited that COVID restrictions have kind of loosened. This is an outdoor event, and we're just really looking forward to an amazing event. And so come out both days, July 1st and July 2nd.
I just have one thing. Isn't there something about street performers?
Yes. So you're letting all the secrets and surprises go.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
So this year, like I said, with some of the money, and like I said, we're trying to increase ways of getting revenue. And one way of doing that is bringing in those food trucks. But the food trucks are like, well, why am I there? What's going to bring people to this event? And so we actually contracted with some street performers, also out of Tulsa. If you Google Inspiral Circus, be amazed. One of the cool things about having street performers is that they're not just restricted to a stage. They can move about the festival and interact with the audience, and they do all kinds of amazing things.
Is that a nice way of saying clowns?
Stilt walkers, clowns, magicians. If the fire marshal permits it, they can do some wonderful things with fire. So.
Ooh, clowns and fire.
All right, a little fun at the council meeting. I like it. And it sounds good. Do I have a motion for approval?
Second.
A motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And also, thanks to all the community sponsors and volunteers. And just like the gentleman earlier, if you'd like to volunteer, reach out to Arts and Humanities. We'd love to have you.
Right, thank you. And we move on to item 22. Consider approving a cable television franchise agreement with Dobson Technologies. Janet.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you all. This is an opportunity for us to extend our franchise agreements. As you know, we already have one with Fidelity. We have a second one with Blue Peak, and now this will be our third with Dobson. And it is our typical 5% franchise agreement. We've been working with Dobson for several months now. We actually have a representative from Dobson with us today. Jim, if you'll hold your hand up. If you have any questions, he's here to respond to those. But as I said, we've been working with them for several months now in planning to determine right-of-ways and other issues like that. And so we actually have a ribbon cutting tomorrow at the chamber at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
So the reason I pulled this, thank you for that presentation, but it had to do with a few comments that I had in reference to people thinking someone else had a exclusive franchise. But there are no exclusive franchises allowed in Oklahoma. So that's the reason that we're able to do a cable TV franchise with Dobson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a question. We had Blue Peak come in, and some of my constituents were talking about the area that they were going to service. And initially, I think it's the west side or something like that. And I'm just wondering...
I believe that's correct. We'll start on the west side there. They've divided the city into 4 areas, and they'll start on the west side. I'm not sure what Dobson is going to do, Jim, if you want to discuss that. But, you know, the significance is that we will have a lot of great opportunities for our residents now. Jim.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Jim Horsberg, Chief Strategy Officer for Dobson Fiber. We're looking to invest over $30 million in building out this infrastructure for the city of Lawton. And we've shared a map that illustrates where we're going. We are starting on the west side based on where our core electronics are today and working our way to the east. Our desire is to complete this project by mid-2023. It's roughly 31,000 passings. We're really excited about getting to work. We were already knee-deep in work just outside the western city limits of Lawton today, but we're basically going to provide fiber-based infrastructure to every resident and business within the bubble, if you will, that we've outlined for the city. And it's a pretty extensive build project. We're ready to get to work.
And so that's, forgive me, so that's at some point covering most of the city of Lawton when the project is finished for both of those, Jan?
Absolutely. Yes. One thing I would like to add that is different with this franchise agreement with Dobson is that they have agreed to provide the infrastructure that goes all the way to our public utilities yard and at no cost to us. And so the difference between Blue Peak and Dobson is that they will provide that infrastructure for us. Right now, our public utilities yard area is spotty at best, and this will provide something to us in addition, you know, to the 5% franchise fee that will be an additional revenue stream for the city going forward for many years.
Yeah, and a technical question, when we say high speed, what are we talking?
Initial, you know, for residential, we'll offer plans from 100 meg to 10 gig. And with that, we're deploying a technology by the name of XGS-PON. And just through software upgrades in the next few years, that 10 gig will be upgradable to 25 gig, and within the next 5 to 10 years, 100 gig. So I'm not sure what you do with 100 gig at your house, but if you need it, we'd be happy to provide it.
Yeah, great. That's great news. Appreciate your answering that question.
Can I get a motion for approval?
Yes, and I a motion to approve this.
Second.
I have a motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate?
Appreciate the investment.
Thank you.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. That takes care of the consent agenda. Item 33 has been stricken from the record. Moving us to item 34. Hold a public hearing and consider approval of an ordinance to change the zoning from R4 High Density Apartment District to the C1 Local Commercial District zoning classification, and a resolution to change the 2030 land use plan from residential low density to commercial at the property located at 9 Northwest 14th Street, Lawton, Oklahoma 73507. Janet.
Yes, sir. We'll be presenting, again, I've asked Cameron Good from our planning department if he'll go through the items as we normally do in our CPC meeting. And so he'll have some maps here for you, and then I'll step back up.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Our first item is a request for rezoning and also an amendment to our 2030 land use plan. It is currently zoned R4, High Density Apartment District, and their request is to go to C1 Local Commercial District. The amendment to the 2030 land use plan will be from residential low density to commercial. The location is just north of Gore Boulevard off of 14th Street. The proposed use is a storage facility for Hearts That Care. Their building is just to the south of it. This is an accessory structure to their building. It is located in the flood zone, but it is in the flood fringe. The structure will be. CPC's recommendation was to raise the finished floor level 1 foot above the base flood elevation. This was posted in the Lawton Constitution on May 27th and was mailed to everyone within 300 feet on May 17th.
PC recommendation was?
CPC's recommendation was to approve this with the condition that they raise the finished floor 1 foot above base flood elevation.
Okay, Council, do you have questions before we open the public hearing?
So the base flood elevation, is that the existing level, or is that a higher level?
So currently the base flood, they're currently 1 foot below base flood elevation. This would require them to raise their building up 2 feet.
Okay.
So that they would be above the base flood elevation. Typically, if somebody was going to be working in this or living in this, it would be raised 2 feet above base flood elevation. But their recommendation was 1 foot above base flood elevation to keep that building out of the floodway area.
Now, is that historical flood area, or, because there's been some doozies come through that park, and so will that?
We had Mike Hawkins to attend the CPC meeting that day to advise of those conditions, and because they are historic, as you say, that's why I believe the CPC did recommend that we go 1 foot above the normal recommendation.
So we're out of the 100-year or the 500-year?
Should be.
The floodway, sorry. The floodway would be the 100-year.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hampton?
Yes, this is in Ward 5. I actually live close to this, and I'm happy to see this having, they really help a lot of people over with medical care in that building. And I've went and toured it a couple of times, and I think more space, maybe more services. I know they increased, they do dental over there for people who don't have money. So I'm just really happy to see this place expanding. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, seeing no more questions from council, I will open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward and speak on this item, please do so at this time. Yes, sir, and we need your name and address.
Yes, sir. My name is James Smith. I am at 1401 Southwest B Avenue here in Lawton.
Mm-hmm.
And I am very personally familiar with that area since I live right across the street. That section of 14th Street is what we call the sewer because it's got that big glowing thing in the middle of it. So I guess would the infrastructure around be enough to support increased traffic in that area that this is promising to bring. I mean, that's just, my concern is how it's going to impact my little piece of Lawton. So has anybody come up with anything like that or something? I mean, I don't...
Mayor, whenever any considerations are made like this for the expansion of an existing structure, the calculations for the load to the existing utilities has to be brought into factor and considered. And I'd have to look at Rusty to see if that was the case. Yes, that was the case. And so it would not impact the overall operation of the sewer. It's probably a negligible amount.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So any impact on traffic that anybody knows of, or?
I think it's storage.
Cameron, it's going to be a storage facility, right? So
Oh,
there will
okay.
not be additional traffic to
All right,
that
well,
particular
okay,
section.
I didn't catch that. I'm an old man, I can't hear. But I was just curious about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is anybody else that would like to come forward and speak on this item at 9 Northwest 14th Street? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion for approval, is there a second? And a second, discussion or debate, please vote. Oh, hold on, we got to read the ordinance.
An ordinance changing the zoning classification from the existing classification from R4 high-density apartment district to the C1 local commercial district zoning classification on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in section 1 hereof, authorizing changes to be made upon the official zoning map in accordance with this ordinance.
Please vote.
I'm sorry, we probably need to say with the conditions or without, that it's 1 foot above the base flood elevation. That's one of the considerations that if you were to adopt this based on the CPC's recommendation, or to, do away with that extra foot.
Is that not in the ordinance as presented?
No.
So it's already a condition listed.
So who made the motion? Mr. Hampton, will you amend your motion to include the recommendations by the CPC?
I will amend that motion to include the recommendation by CC of the 1 foot.
Okay, are you good with that? And did you second it? You good with that? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Does everybody understand it? Please vote. Is this current? Did everybody vote? Or is this the old one? Tracy, I'm unclear if this is the old one or the current one. Okay, then the motion carries 8-0. Moving us to item 35, hold a public hearing and consider approval of an ordinance to change the zoning from the A1 General Agriculture District to the C1 Local Commercial District zoning classification, and a resolution to change the 2030 land use plan from residential low density to commercial on property located at 713 Northeast Flower Mound Road, Lawton, Oklahoma 73507. Cameron.
I also have visual aids for this one as well. This is a request for a rezoning from the A1 General Agricultural District to the C1 Local Commercial District zoning classification, and an amendment to the 2030 land use plan from residential low density to commercial. The location is about half a mile north of Gore and half a mile south of Cash Road off of Flower Mound Road on the east side of Lawton. The proposed use for this is a Dollar General store. On the site plan, you can see that they do provide the adequate screening on the south side. The Board of Adjustments did vary they did approve a special exception to lower their parking from 43 to 35 on June 10th. They did vary that before this meeting just so that we had the binding site plan ready for council's approval. This was posted in the Lawton Constitution on the 26th and mailed to everyone within 300 feet on May 17th. CPC's recommendation was to deny this request with a vote of 4-3.
Council, do you have any questions before I open the public hearing?
Cameron, what was the main reason, objections to this with the planning board?
There were people that showed up to speak for or and against this item from the surrounding residential area. There is residents that live across the street from this, across Flower Mound, and then it is close to the Scissortail development that is to the northwest. But their concern was there was a letter presented by a council representation against this item as well. But their concerns were just being in that area, that they didn't feel that it was a commercial use. They felt that that area was more towards the residential.
And your feelings on that commercial use location?
The current zoning from the land use map is not the zoning that they are requesting. And so the planning department, we have recommended that this be denied because we would have to ask the council to rezone a residential area to this commercial area to accommodate this Dollar General. And our reasoning for asking or for recommending denial is that we have a commercial area that is in that same location that is down the road just a little further. There would be no rezoning required for that Dollar General to be moved to that place, and it would go along with our land use plan that was adopted in 2005, between 2005 and 2008. Typically, land use plans last 25 to 30 years before they, have a natural expiration date. And we do want to go along with the land use plan that was adopted by past councils, but also knowing that we do have some commercial areas that we really want commercial retail to be located in rather than sprawling out further and further away from those commercial areas.
Janet, is there any other commercial zoned property in that area?
Yes, sir, there actually is, and it is, you would consider it sort of a spot zoning, which is not preferable, but it is actually for mini storage or long-term storage to accommodate the residential area that is around there. So it does make sense that that would have been entertained and actually approved by council because it does serve that residential community, for their storage needs.
So it's my understanding that the land just immediately to the north is being developed or is in the planning stages now for residential area. What about the land that's on the corner of Cash Road and Flower Mound?
Yes, sir, that is planned for residential as well. And we've been notified by developers that there are intentions to present a large residential development there.
But no commercial?
No commercial at this point.
So it's not zoned that way
No,
right
sir.
now? Okay.
It is not.
Thank you.
No other questions? I will open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item at 713 Northeast Flower Mound Road, please come forward at this time. Now, I'm going to ask Jim Landmark to speak first, only because he filled this out. You do not need to have filled this out to speak in a public hearing. So, Jim? We will ask you, everybody, to try to keep their comments to 3 minutes if possible.
What can I say? I'm an overachiever. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And first, it's been a while since I've been up here. I want to say thank you to all of you guys because unreal, the service, the commitment you guys
Sir,
give up. Really appreciate that.
Could you please turn on your mic?
Yes.
Just hit, it's a button.
Lean forward.
Nope, there's a button.
It was on. Is it not on?
That's on.
I think it's on.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jim Landmark, and you know my address, right? Okay. So that storage unit, by the way, my wife and I moved to town, back to town 8 years ago. When that property was being rezoned, we were actually given an opportunity to come speak to planning about that. That was a storage unit. We actually saw value in that because of that reason. We do live right across the street, directly across the street from where this proposed dollar store is. We did pass a few things out to you guys. There are 18 dollar stores, not just Dollar Generals, dollar stores, Family Dollar, Dollar Tree, 18 of these guys in the city of Lawton. There are 20 in Oklahoma City. There are 20 in Tulsa. There are 14 in Wichita Falls. There are 10 in Edmond. There are 10 in Norman. I don't understand why we need any more of those. That location certainly does not need to be commercial. It certainly does not need to be retail. What Lawton could use, as we're bringing jobs into this community, is we need some more residential opportunities. We've got an opportunity to build. We've got some nice neighborhoods around here, whether they're built out neighborhoods like the Scissortail or whether they're a little bit more estate, some bigger type thing. This is a great opportunity for us to do this in the right way, and I think that we ought to do that. We recognize that the church was gifted some land here and they ought to be able to get some value out of that. We had no idea this was even up for sale until we got the threat of a dollar store coming right across the street from us. But there's no question in our mind that this would impact value of homes, and it would be right smack dab in the middle of a very beautiful residential opportunity of loads of people that walk and run up and down here right now. It's just not the right place for this at all. So we definitely, and by the way, just from that location, there are 6 of these dollar stores that are within 3 miles. So 18 in town, 6 within 3 miles. So why would we want to put another one of those there? Just doesn't make sense to me. So I would respectfully ask the council to side with planning here that say let's deny this. Love to see the church find another use for that. If we've got some folks that want to develop that property, I think that's a great opportunity. So, thank you.
Does anybody have questions for Jim? Okay, is there anybody else that would like to come and speak on this item? Once again, I want to remind everybody it's a public hearing, so you do not have to have put the form in. You can still come and speak. Yes, sir. Please give us your name and phone number.
Phone number?
Address.
I'm John Silver.
I'm sorry, I'm not wanting to call you.
That's fine, you can have it as well. I'm John Silver, I'm the project manager for DJD Development, the applicant for this rezoning and the builder of Dollar Generals. We are not Dollar General, we are a family-owned business based out of El Reno. We lived in Oklahoma, all of us have lived in Oklahoma all our lives. I always stress I'm not Dollar General. We believe this is a good location for a store for many of the same reasons that the previous speaker spoke against it. The area is zoned 800 feet north of us. It's zoned C3 already. Immediately south of us, as has been mentioned, there's the storage space going in. It's already zoned commercial. Immediately south of the trailer park is zone C4 all the way to Gore. So this seems to make sense to continue this function. I understand the concerns about the number of Dollar Generals and dollar stores in town, but that's a market-driven question. And I've done nothing but build Dollar Generals in Oklahoma for 12 years, and I've yet to see one store go out of business. They have a 30-year lease. We build a nice building. It's maintained. We own the building. In fact, Dollar General is our tenant. Immediately south of us there, as you can see, is the trailer park. There's about 235 people that live in there, families that live in there. Across the street, in the neighborhood there at Euclid and Lake, there's about a little over 200. And just west of them, there's another trailer park with about 90 people in it, 90 homes rather. City of Lawton has provided a beautiful sidewalk, 8-foot sidewalk that runs up Flower Mound. This is over 500 single-family homes that are less than a half a mile from the front door of this store. And due to the sidewalk situation, it's walkable, which everybody in the country is viewing as an attractive thing. Again, the market drives where the stores go. We've got 500 homes within walking distance of our business. We think that's a good thing. Do you have any questions for me?
You have any questions? I do. And John, thank you for being here today, because I'm assuming that, and you said you've had how many of these stores built?
I lost count personally. I've built somewhere around 150 of these, all of them in Oklahoma.
Okay, so first I want to bring up something that has been brought to our attention, and I have one of these that's next to my warehouse, or very close to my warehouse, and there's a huge problem with litter coming out of the lot.
There certainly is.
And so if we were to, and I just want to say that as our neighborhood services is really starting to crack down on that. So you be aware that when the time comes, we're going to be watching it closely. But I agree with you. To me, the homes that are right next door, many of those people don't have the transportation, and I'm just addressing some of the arguments I've been given.
Sure.
That, well, we have one half a mile away, we have one a mile and a half away. Well, so many of those people don't have the transportation capabilities, in my mind, and this is an ideal spot for that, being next to the neighborhood across the street, but also being next to the trailer park. Two, the argument that we've already got 20 of them in town, what do we need one more? Well, we got 53 marijuana dispensaries in town, and we keep letting those grow. So I'm very, very uncomfortable with telling people what they can do with their land and what they can't do with their land. However, that being said, I understand the arguments against it. I've got many, many, many good friends that are in the nearby neighborhoods, and I'm really torn, really conflicted on this. But as we've done in other neighborhoods, we've told people, sorry, this is going to be a business area, we're going to develop it. And as I see on this map, there is commercial nearby. But I want to ask you the question, is it possible that you could relocate to the C4 area to the south, or is that, what is it about this specific site that makes it where you want to build?
Unfortunately, you have the wrong guy in front of you.
Okay.
I'm the construction side of the business. I am not the real estate side of our company. And so I cannot address it. I will tell you that typically what we look for is property that's for sale. And this property was for sale.
Okay.
The church was actively seeking a buyer. We were actively seeking something in that area. The specifics of why that particular piece of dirt compared to 500 feet away, I am not qualified to address.
So what mitigation can you, or what can you promise us? You said you will continue to own the land, right?
Yes, sir. We are the property. We will be the property owner. We are not.
All right. So how can you promise us that this isn't going to be a litter spreader all up and down the street? And
So he's also not the operator of the business.
And therein lies the issue, frankly, is, again, a lot of Dollar Generals in my history, and it all depends on who's running the store. And I have had this conversation with everyone from Grandfield to Oklahoma City. Obviously, there's issues that occur with Dollar Generals. There is with a grocery store or a gas station, or heaven forbid, a bar like next to my house in Oklahoma City. There's issues that you have to deal with. And what I always tell the city councils, the city managers, the people I speak with, is that when there's an issue, the Dollar General is responsible to handle that. But we all know that sometimes they're not the best at that. And what I say is, you send me a violation. I've had a lot of, especially smaller towns, they'll say, we don't want to make waves, we don't want to make trouble, we like the store. No, please, send me the violation, an official violation, with X number, whatever Lawton's ordinance is, that says you have this many days, because then I can send that to Dollar General and it will get taken care of. Now, that's after the fact, but try to mitigate, as you asked, sir, we're open to suggestions. We've been in plan review since April. I'm assuming that's all sitting here waiting for this meeting today, because it's moot if you guys vote me down. But as far as landscape barriers, we already have on our plan, as was mentioned, a fence, site fence between us and the neighbors to the south. If there's something that Lawton wants that will help mitigate that, we're open to that conversation. We intend to be good neighbors. And as I tell people when we're not, you have my phone number, and I do answer. So.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your information.
Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anybody else that would like to come and speak for the public hearing? Hi, Yvonne. Need your name and address.
My name is Yvonne Landmark. I live at 606 Northeast Flower Mound Road, and I thank you for the opportunity. We were able to obtain a copy of the City Planning Division, the application that for the amendment. There were 3 questions that, in my view, were answered incorrectly by the applicant. Number 1, will the proposed land use increase traffic congestion on the streets serving the lot or tract of area within 300 feet of the lot or tract? And they answered no. I live across the street from this area. I jog along with friends from Scissortail. We see everybody from the chief of police out there at 5 o'clock in the morning to green suiters to MacArthur High School's track and field, both boys and girls. That is a safe zone for those guys to cross. The only other place that they have to cross is at a light at Cash Road, where, as Kelly said, it is zoned commercial. So that is a long stretch that would definitely be interrupted. So in my view, that was answered incorrectly. The other one, and excuse me, I have to put my glasses back on. The other one is item number 9, is the proposed land use in character and suitable with the area within 300 feet of the lot? And they said yes, absolutely, unequivocally, that is not the truth. These are homes, right now we have a lovely view of cattle, but even our mobile home park that is just down the street from us, those folks have really nice homes. They have flowers. It's beautiful, very well kept up by the Property Management Association. The homes on Euclid actually back up to our property. Those guys take pride in their homes. Those are residences, and I'm talking about all different property values. Everyone in that area is a resident. Every resident, or I would say probably at least 75% of those residents, take pride in their homes and they take pride in their community. So that is an incorrect answer, in my view. The last one is the most telling. Will the proposed land use diminish the value of existing structures within 300 feet of that lot? Absolutely it will. Absolutely it will. I am grateful beyond measure for the privilege of living in Lawton, Oklahoma, and I am not a native, guys. Those of you who know me know that I'm a proud Louisiana girl. But I love this area, and I love our home. I love the way it looks, and I respectfully ask you to look at the inconsistencies in this application and vote to deny it. And let's keep that area a very proud residential area. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you for coming. Jeff? Jeff, and go ahead and give us your name and address.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Happy anniversary. My name is Jeff Sadler, and I live at 3524 Northwest Arlington. But I'm here today to speak on behalf of First Baptist Church, where I am a longtime member and deacon. The church was gifted this property, and we've been holding on to it for years for a good purpose. If this was a liquor store or dispensary that had approached us, we would not be here today. But we think Dollar General is a good use of this land. And we were very surprised to lose by 1 vote at the Planning Commission. The staff at that time had recommended for approval. And there were no objections or letters sent from the people in the 300-foot range that were brought up at the Planning Commission. No serious objections in the public hearing. But we have a very knowledgeable former planner who was on the Planning Commission who said that we were working in reverse order and had the cart before the horse, because When you change the zoning at the Planning Commission, it has a binding site plan that's attached, and we were going to go to past that and then go to the Board of Adjustments. So now that problem has been solved because they went to the Board of Adjustments last week, and the Board of Adjustments approved a few less parking spaces that Dollar General wanted. Now we've got the cart back behind the horse, and it would pass the Planning Commission today, according to what we said before. If somebody has changed something, I don't know what's happened, because we're hearing a little bit different story today, but what we were told then was that that was the issue that Deborah Jones said, and she's quoted in the newspapers saying that. The other negative thing that came out, the votes that were cast at the Planning Commission, was because something better could go there. I have worked for the last 24 years in full-time in commercial real estate, and I read a lot of commercial appraisals. They always talk about the highest and best use of a property. Flower Mound is a 5-lane arterial road. It is built for commercial use. Housing is not appropriate on the frontage. We've torn down hundreds of houses on major arterials, like on Cash Road between 33rd and 38th, where we're doing it now. The frontage is not suited for residential, but a drive could access the agricultural acreage back into the northeast of our property if the owners wanted that and do something similar to the scissor tail. This zoning would not prevent a residential neighborhood. There's already commercial zoning, as we've said, at Flower Mound and Gore, Flower Mound and Cash, and C1 zoning right next to ours. If this C1 is denied, Dollar General could build right next door, and we couldn't stop it down here. But the church wants to sell our property, and Dollar General wants to buy our property. We think this is a good location to do it. Lawton already has 2 big competing developments at 2nd Street and 82nd Street, which desperately need new tenants in order to be finished. We have Central Plaza and other shopping centers and strip malls all over town. Lawton doesn't need another major shopping center competing here. But if Walmart wanted to build here and you allowed it, the Dollar General store would just be an out parcel. I think more likely a Chick-fil-A or other food would follow this property, or other smaller commercial developments, which I think would be a good use for the frontage out there. I think the free market system needs to determine what goes in a place like this on a frontage. And I think we've just been given some bad information, because we just looked it up, and there are over 80 dollar stores in Oklahoma City and almost 60 in Tulsa that we could find right away just in the last few minutes. So I'm just asking you to be pro-business. The East Side has long asked for more businesses, and this is an opportunity to get started in this. I was surprised to see what a nice, clean, family market Dollar General is building now. I've been to their new store by Pioneer Park. They sell meat, produce, fresh vegetables in some of their new stores. It's not just for the trailer park. Residents in Heritage or Coronado, if they're out having a barbecue and they run out of propane, they could come right down here. They sell ice, a lot of different things. And this zoning change, I believe, would be good for the business community. It would not prevent future residential or commercial, and it would be good for East Lawton residents to have this market. And we just urge you to approve it, as the staff originally did when it was brought up for the Planning Commission. Also,
Thank you.
the members of First Baptist Church would like to invite everyone on the 2nd weekend in December to come to the Living Christmas Tree. I know that's a little ways off, but it's never too early to mark your calendar for a presentation of the gospel. Thank you.
Jeff, come on down. All right, Jeff, go ahead and tell us your name and address.
Yes, my name is Jeff Henderson. My address is 1618 Northwest 79th Street. Thank you for given the opportunity to speak on this matter. I'm here as a member of First Baptist Church, and just wanted to, I'm also a minister, a pastor here in town that works with street ministry, works with people who every day have way more month than they have money. And I can tell you that one of the things that strikes me is I just filled my truck up coming over here, and I don't wait until I'm on empty, because it's less painful if you fill up at half a tank than so I was at $79 when I filled my truck up, and there are a lot of people that don't even have vehicles in the area that are there. So with the economy, I know we all know what's going on in the economy, and I agree with what you said. I believe, Randy, that we're at the tip of the iceberg here. We haven't seen the pain that's really coming in cost of fuel, cost of everything. And for all of the majority of us here today, a spike in price like this we can weather. But we're not talking about the majority. A lot of people in the area that can be positively impacted by a grocery store in their area aren't of the socioeconomic demographic that can afford a slight increase. We just unfortunately had to raise the rates on water, sewer, and all of that just a few minutes ago because there was really no other options right now, and everything is going up, including what the city has to spend on things, and that's unfortunate, and it'll affect these same people. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, people that I'm involved with in ministry are budgeting their gas as far as where they can go. And some don't come to our ministry right now because they don't have fuel in their tank to do it. Some need help with groceries. We help in instances provide food and things like that. There are people in this area that would welcome the chance to be able to walk from their home, particularly in the trailer parks, from their home over to the Dollar General to purchase things that they otherwise would have to use their gas or ride a bus or however else they might get. I don't believe that there is another place to purchase milk, eggs, breads, and things like that within 2 miles of that location that I'm aware of. So the Dollar General being there can have a very positive impact on a lot of homes and in a lot of lives in that area. And I just ask you to consider that and think of it from the perspective of people who have far less than what we might have. And we have an opportunity to use land to the benefit of some of our citizens. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who'd like to come forward? Come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Stacy Hart. Are you ready? Okay. My name is Stacy Hart, and my address is 8011 Northwest Norwick in Lawton. My husband and I live on the far west side of Lawton, and I just want to give a quick personal note. We have a Dollar General that's about 5 blocks from our home, and I have been a shopper there for the last 10 years. When I first started going there, at times it was a little sketchy, it was a little messy, but over the last few months, Dollar General has totally revamped that store. And I buy everything there from toothpaste to toilet paper. I can run in for quick milk or eggs, and it's super convenient. If something happened to our Dollar General on the west side, I would miss that store. Because to be very honest with you, it's got comparable prices to Walmart, but I don't have to fight the crowds. I can walk in quickly and get what I need and I'm out. It's also lower prices than running into a Walgreens, which is right by our house as well. So if you're tired of paying $5 or $6 for a birthday card, you can get a card for $1 at Dollar General, and they're wonderful American greeting cards. That's the only place I ever buy our cards. So that's just kind of food for thought. I just wanted to give you a personal testimony that I've shopped there for years and years. And before I close, I would like to say this. I wasn't going to, but after hearing some of the other people speak, I do understand what a concern it is to have a business built so closely to your home. My husband and I built a new home 24 years ago on the very west side. We're on the corner of Cash Road and 82nd Street. We bought that house at the time I considered to be out in the boondocks. There was nothing around us, and we loved it. And lo and behold, over the last 5 years, we now have a major car dealership right across the street from our home. It's right in our backyard. I have a huge shopping mall right down the street. And then there's a large church on the other side of our backyard. We never thought our residential area would be surrounded by such commercial property, but it's happened, and it has not been a problem. So I would just ask you to consider the Dollar General for that location. I do think the residents on the east side would benefit greatly from having that store. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward?
Well, good afternoon.
Hi, we need your name and address, please.
Yes. It's Ruth Hodgson. I live on 1507 Southwest B Avenue. And I actually have 3 questions. My first question would be, is there any cost to the city of Lawton to have this Dollar General built? Are we paying them to come here, or? I've heard about
You
things
can
like that
ask
before.
rhetorical questions.
I'm sorry?
but You can ask rhetorical questions, but we're not here to answer questions for you, okay? But you can ask your questions, but as long as you
Yes,
don't...
I'm going to throw those questions out, and I would like some answers to it. So, first of all, is there going to be any cost involved for the city? My second question would be, if this bill goes through, how many employees are there going to be? And my third question / comment is, I've heard several people talking about the trash. Well, if everybody would clean up in their own front yard, we wouldn't have a trash problem in Lawton. However, you know, the visual I get is when you drive, it's between Cash and the Walmart. There's this big old area that's empty. They used to have a trailer park there. That area is loaded with trash all the time. They just run over it with the lawnmower. It's horrible. So I'm from Germany. In Germany, we had this little rule: by Saturday, you clean up your sidewalk. That'd be something we should install, because people obviously don't want to take responsibility for themselves. Let's make them do it, and if they don't do it, fine them. You want some extra money? Collect some fines. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Anyone else like to come? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council.
Mayor?
Yes.
There's 2 things about this that are really bothering me. One, I take to heart the recommendations from the committees like the Planning Commission and from staff like the city planner, and they've all recommended no on this. And it's hard for me to overcome their recommendations. The other part that really bothers me is, I mean, somehow they got a variance to reduce their parking. I've got not a Dollar General, a dollar something on the west side by my house. And it's similar to this. It has one way in, one way out, and it's full all the time. People are double and triple parked. And when the delivery truck shows up, it's gridlock. Nobody's moving anywhere. So with that all, it's very hard to support this when we might be creating a traffic problem. And
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else want to talk or ask questions of the staff?
Mayor, obviously this is my ward, and I've actually had all kinds of calls from First Baptist members to everybody. What concerns me is, and maybe you guys can tell me from the Planning Commission, we went to CPC. My understanding was the staff had recommended approval at that meeting. Is that not correct?
You are correct. Initially, there was a staff recommendation to approve. It was an oversight on my part. After going back and actually paying a visit to a couple of other communities, presenting this to them, to their planning departments, and asking what they would do, they said, follow your land use plan. That is what it's there for. And so when we came back, or when I came back, I changed the recommendation to follow the land use plan according to the way that it is already. So it was an oversight that the planning department initially did approve this.
Okay, I appreciate that. I also read all the minutes from the CPC meeting, and some of the stuff was a little odd about where in the street it would be located and that sort of stuff. I don't quite understand that. And I don't know when, as a city council, that we ever really have started saying what kind of business will go where. And the CPC, I've never heard them do that really in the past. I've been here almost 15 years now. And I'm not used to hearing that. I'm not used to hearing, well, we don't want that kind of business there, but we would probably accept another kind of business. I am truly pro-business. I'm a business owner here. That's what we do. That's how there's a lot of us in here that are business owners. And it's very difficult for me as the councilman on the east side to say, I want to turn something down because it's not exactly what we thought it should be. Then what should it be? If we're going to make it commercial and the church wants to sell it, what should it be? And there's just to the south of that is going to be a storage facility built, and I think it's C3 or something like that. It's right out there along the front edge of the mobile homes. Now, everybody talks about how wonderful the mobile homes are, and I'm not totally disagreeing with you, but that's my highest crime rate area in East Lawton. Part of that's because you got to realize that most of the people in there are renters. In Lawton right now, we have over 50% of our homes are rentals. It tells me that people here cannot afford to buy their home, and they choose not to buy the home here. The folks that are just inside, and I'm an East Sider since I was, I don't know, about that tall. And you don't need to tell me, that used to just be farmland out there, that's it. I own my home just on Independence, just down the road. I built 3 homes in there. There's just a whole bunch of this that bothers me. But the main thing to it is, you know, I just believe that there are a lot of people that would probably use it. If you go over to the one on Pioneer Park, it's busy all the time. You go to the one that I actually go to, which is down closer to MacArthur High School. They're all Dollar General, Dollar Tree, Dollar something. And you go in there, and I don't know which one it is, but you go in and, you know, and we've had problems since making the landscape ordinances and the trash ordinances that we have as a council. We've not enforced it to have them clean up like they should, and we need to do a better job of that. No doubt in my mind about that. But I do have Brahms is not too far away, but we don't have, you know, yeah, you can come out of the trailer park, go left, go across Gore, go down where I built the sidewalk, across over by the you know, and then go down there and then cross over back and go to Brahms and then I guess bring your groceries home before they melt. But I do see people walking from that mobile home park down to, and even the Apache Market has some grocery type items. They have some stuff in there that you can buy. So with all that said, you know, it's, to me, and I hate it because when we talk about people on Cash Road where they had homes built all up and down Cash Road, and what are we doing right now today? We're tearing them down because we're building commercial. And those people, there were a lot of them that didn't want that. If you remember back in the day when I was young and started doing this 15 years ago, there were a lot of people that didn't want that to be commercial at all. Their homes were there. And those were nice homes back in the day. They were really nice homes. And Dr. Morford was against building homes out there on Cash Road, going commercial right there. It's all going to be commercial, every bit of it. So East Lawton needs to develop. I'm getting beat up constantly because we don't have enough commercial time. I'm looking at the time. Commercial businesses. So all I'm saying is, you know, as a council, I want us to think about, since when did we start saying we like this kind of business but don't like the other? That's my question.
And Mr. Warren?
I'm conflicted myself, and for a different reason, I think. To answer that question, I guess rhetorically, we started deciding what businesses go where when we started doing zoning. And possibly what they meant, and I don't know that, but in my mind's eye, would a professional office space be more fitting there? Probably. All I can speak to is what I've heard over the last 10 years is, why can't they clean up that dollar type store? Why can't they do something about the trash? I turned one in 20 minutes ago at 9th and Lee Boulevard. Drive by there on your way home. There's trash all over it. And there will be trash until we spend the citizens' money to send somebody out there to write them up and then to follow up and then to do all the admin that takes, and then they'll finally get around to doing it maybe. And then by that time, it's time again. So that's part of my confliction is that a word? That's part of my confliction is the trash issue that we have, because these entities, not Dollar General or whatever, just dollar stores, they have a hard time keeping help, just like everybody else has a hard time keeping help. And I'm assuming that that's part of the problem, is they don't have anybody to go out there and clean that trash up. But I can promise y'all that that live in that area, chances are, if this gets built, it's going to look just like the one at 9th and Lee. The majority do. And I get complaints about others. I know the one Mr. Fortenbaugh was talking about on Cash Road. They literally fill the parking lot up, and there are cars on Cash Road basically parked waiting to turn in when somebody leaves at times. It's crazy. So parking's going to be a problem, and people getting in and out is going to be a problem, especially if they've already shrunk the parking lot. I don't know. That's going to be my big issue with it, is just the trash and the blowing stuff. Like I said, I just turned one in today.
Mayor?
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I can see both sides of the issue on here. I just had a question. You know, I'm looking at my Google Maps. I used to think I was good at this stuff, but it took me a little while to find this. But Janet, I had a question about that land use plan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The land use plan, and I'm looking at East Lake and some of the other houses in that area, and then looking at where the commercial property is. And I'm like Jay, I don't live over there, but I'm a Go Big Mac, so I drive over in that area just to remember sometimes. Anyways, that's a pretty large parcel of land that's north of Shorewood Village. And I think that Petroleum Corp, that was there when we were kids, that's been there a long time. Early 19, sorry. But that whole part to the north of there, that's a pretty large parcel of land with a couple of ponds on it. So what is the land use plan? You know, there's just a lot of housing additions that are out there. That, I mean, back when I was in high school, 74 or so, there was nothing out there. And now I see a lot of houses, and a lot of big houses. I know that there was 45th Street got an upgrade on all of its water and sewer. They put the new water tower out there to service utilities. So there's a lot of infrastructure back in that area that I guess is being done. And I've always thought, when is that area gonna really become a active part of town? And you know, I don't know if it was a rumor or not, but I had heard that the Walmart on 67th was gonna go out there on the east side of town, because there's just nothing out there. So there needs to be, when I heard that, I thought, oh, good, there needs to be something out there. But I'm with this land use plan, because I'm trying to, land use has to do with what this is going to look like, what, in 50 years?
Just be mindful.
Okay, all right, I shouldn't have said those jokes. Thank you, Mayor. Land use has to do with what this is going to look like how many years out. Can you explain that to me?
An intended use or a direction for the planning department to go, or the city planning commission to follow. And at some point in time, you know, we have a land use map that was approved that has certain areas for residential, certain areas for industrial, certain areas for commercial. And Cameron, do you have it here? What particular area are you looking at? Because we can pull that up and tell you.
Well, the parcel
what
of
the
land
zoning-
that's just, I mean, it spans out to the east and the I mean, there's a huge empty area right in there with 2 ponds.
Tracy, could we get you to put that map back? Okay. See it. I don't-
I think we're looking at more on Cache Road, Cache and Flower Mound. In that area, down that corner is already commercial, correct?
Cache and Flower Mound.
Cache and Flower Mound, that's already zoned commercial, correct?
Yes, that is commercial.
Okay, that's just right across the street from my house. I don't like it. And I want to know what kind of store is going to go there and how much sales tax it's going to produce. That's my point, is it's right down the street. It's just down the street.
Also, the commercial property that is already zoned at the end of Flower Mound and Gore is what, half a mile from the property that we're considering for rezoning? The area described, is it half a mile down Flower Mound to Gore, and we've got the sidewalks there, which is what, we've had a lot of focus on, and that's great. We've got good sidewalks so that people can walk. But yes, we've got commercial development that is supposed to support the residential development that we already see there. Initially, a lot of our property was zoned agriculture, which you see is that A1. You see some areas around there that are A1. Recently, the CPC considered changing from A1 to an industrial use. And so we do have requests that come in that seem to be appropriate. And, that upon consideration, obviously, the council can choose to change our land use plan at any point in time, and have done so. Our CPC have changed that. Really, we meet twice a month, and almost twice a month there are rezonings that have occurred. And at some point in time, the 2030 land use plan was adopted by the council, and we should consider that our guide for how we develop. Now, we will be bringing something back to you probably within the next 6 months or so for consideration of some updates to that land use plan.
Yeah.
But they'll be general.
Yeah, excuse me. So the C3 area up at the top, and then you have this C1. I mean, the commercial area that's supposed to service that whole community is,
Yes.
and we're talking land use plan here.
Yes.
Is between the C1 and C3, is that designated to be commercial at one point?
The C3 is already designated, and the C4, what you see at the north of this map, the C3, it's designated as that. The C4 at the bottom, it's already designated as that. The C1 area that says area described, that is the area that we're considering for rezoning today. It is not.
Right, but you had mentioned developers wanting to develop property out there. I can see C3 to C1 joining if that whole part of Flower Mound is going to service commercially, and that's what I'm trying to wrestle with in my head.
Okay.
And as of right now, if where the store or the proposed property is, if that's supposed to be residential all the way up to the C3 on the use plan, that is the question that's I'm going in my head. So if all of Flower Mound from Cache all the way down to the C1 property, if that's supposed to be commercial to service that whole area out there, then I could see that as a land use plan. And is that what do we have a plan for that, or is that commercial? Am I being unclear?
I think
I'll blame it on the COVID. I don't know.
I'm not sure how to answer your question.
I think part of the problem is that the whole map's not there. Well, the whole map's not there. All you're looking at is just a small section of the map. Because and I'm not a developer and I don't do this stuff, but just from what I see in other places, normally what you would see is at the arterials, on the corner of the arterials, there would be a C whatever, 3, C2, C1, whatever. And then the residential would surround that. And then that C1, 2, or 3 would service that, whereas this is in the middle of the residential. In most places, like in Edmond or Yukon or whatever, the new places that they're building, it would be at the corner of Flower Mound and Cash would be one of the commercial areas, and then Flower Mound and whatever's north of that, I don't know. Is there something north of that? I don't go on the east side, I'm not allowed. All the way north?
Or it's either solid residential or floodway, and in some cases both. Yeah. Or it's Indian.
Yeah. Because that's about where it starts curving.
Where the curve is
Okay.
probably on the other side.
So what we could use here is a motion.
Mr. Mayor, can I?
That's your part.
Could I say one thing and then I'll make the motion? So, I grew up one of 9 kids and on the other side of the tracks. And there was, at one point in time, there was a little neighborhood convenience store right across the street, which was very handy for going to get eggs and milk and that stuff. And then about 3 blocks away was a larger store, and we didn't have a car. We had one, but it was up on blocks. It didn't go very far. So the grocery store manager would allow us, my mother kindly, to, as we see here all the time now, but it was unusual at that point in time, to bring the grocery cart home. So just so she could carry 10 sacks of groceries to come home and feed this mob. And I just want to say I was the smartest and best looking one of all of them, but oftentimes I got sent to the store to get those groceries. And to have something nearby for people of poverty, I think is important. I understand, and Jim and Vaughn are good friends, and many other people that call me are good friends, but I see the need for this for the people that live right next to it. And there's no perfect solution, and I'm truly torn. I still don't know what way to go with it. But I just wanted to put that in there, that I think for these people, as Jay said, this could be important. So I will make the motion that we approve the change from A1 General Agriculture District to C1 Local Commercial District zoning classification, and to change the 2030 land use plan from residential low density to commercial on this particular property at 713 Northeast Flower Mound.
We have a motion?
Second.
And a second for approval as presented. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Oh, we got to read the ordinance.
An ordinance changing the zoning classification from the existing classification from A1 General Agricultural District to C1 Local Commercial District zoning classification on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in Section 1 hereof, authorizing changes to be made upon the official zoning map in accordance with this ordinance.
Please vote. And the motion fails 6-2. Motion fails 6-2. And with that, we're going to stand in a break for 10 minutes. That really, that 6-2 surprised me. Oh my God, they got their meeting?
Yes, they do.
And we haven't even started the fun stuff.
Man, I swear, hold on, back up for you, don't you?
The good thing is he can go back tonight and watch it.
Well, that's what he usually does. I'm just giving you a hard time.
No, I told you you're going to be here a
And
while.
you're right, and I do it. But what did you think of that show last night?
What?
What did you think of that show last night? The Senate candidates.
I thought there were 2 people that stood out, and it was Luke Holland and T.W. Shannon.
Yes, sir. I felt the same way.
There were 2 guys that were mad at the world, And the other guy was a pretty good guy, but he wasn't a strong military guy, and he wasn't a good presenter.
You and I both agree on that. See, I'm a Democrat, and I've already come to the conclusion I'm going to have to find the most powerful Republican, because Democrats aren't going to squat for U.S. Senate for either seat. So I'm trying to find the most powerful Republican, and I think based on last night,
5 seconds. Councilmen, council members, please return to your seats. Okay, we're back from break. Item number 36, consider approving an ordinance including any floor amendments related thereto pertaining to finance and taxation, amending Section 10.2205, Article 10.2, Chapter 10, Lawton City Code 2015, by amending paragraph C of said section to eliminate the reference to LETA account and instead stating that tax collected under the provisions of Article 10.2 from the sale of medical marijuana and medical marijuana products sold pursuant to a state of Oklahoma license other than 1, the 2.125% excise tax referenced in paragraph D of section 10.2205, 2, those obligated for the repayment of CIP, or 3, those obligated as payment of collateral on debt obligations, be deposited in a separate account and subject to City Council approval be used to fund 1, the replacement of existing sidewalks and construction of new sidewalks throughout the city, and 2, substance abuse and substance prevention programs in the city, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Who's speaking on this? John? Mr. Fortenbaugh?
Yes. So a couple of weeks ago, we voted to restructure what we did with the marijuana sales tax money in relation to sidewalks and putting it under the city manager. This is housekeeping from that thing we voted for a couple of weeks ago, and so we need to modify the ordinance. I would move to approve this ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, and read the title only.
Have a motion for approval.
Second.
And a second, and that includes waiving the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Go ahead and read that, and then we'll debate.
I'm just trying to find the right place. Okay. Finance and taxation, amending section 10, oh, excuse me, I'm in the wrong spot.
Okay.
I got it. An ordinance pertaining to finance and taxation, amending section 10.2.205, Article 10.2, Chapter 10, Lawton City Code 2015, by amending paragraph C of said section to eliminate the reference to a LETA account and instead stating the tax collected under the provisions of Article 10.2 from the sale of medical marijuana and medical marijuana products sold pursuant to a state of Oklahoma license other than 1, the 2.125 excise tax referenced in paragraph D of section 10.2.205, those obligated for the repayment of CIP, or 3, those obligated as a payment of collateral on debt obligations shall be deposited in a separate account and subject to City Council approval, be used to 1, fund the replacement of existing sidewalks and construction of new sidewalks throughout the city, and 2, substance abuse and substance prevention programs in the city, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Okay, we've got a motion for approval, a second. We've read the title. Discussion or debate?
Yeah, Mayor, I just wanted to state my opinion here, and I don't mind that the city takes over looking at the sidewalks. And I don't mind that the City Council is the one that makes the final decision, because we always have. None of that's ever changed. I hope that you will take into consideration the ADA committee when you make recommendations, as Lita has done, to ask them to come to our meetings on a regular basis to make sure that we are helping them do what needs to be done for the citizens of Lawton, and I think that's a huge, important task. The LETA members were not nearly as upset as the fact that it seemed like the LETA was in the way of having these programs go forward and having these sidewalks built, which I then asked the deputy city manager if that was the case, and the actual answer was no, that it was more of a city issue because we had not been able to get the engineering section done. So with that being said, Yeah, I have no problem with it moving out of the lead account, but I just want us to keep our eyes on that money. Keep our eyes on that money. That money was set aside and told to the citizens of Lawton that it would build sidewalks. I've had more great stories coming off the Sheridan Road sidewalk already, and if you don't believe me, you can ask Barry Ozerski or any of the other people that are in real estate. It means a ton to a community in that area specifically that don't have cars and have to walk to Walmart and have to do things like that, so it means a lot to them. I don't agree with the substance abuse and substance prevention programs because I believe we have an avenue that we can use to be able to fund those things. We already have that set up by the federal government that we allocate each and every year through the housing department. We have that money. And all we have to do is decide, I think they're called PSOs. I think I was told that the other day. Change the PSO levels. Randy, me and you have talked about this for years. Change the PSO level. I don't know how much you want to do for prevention and substance abuse, but it shouldn't come out of the money that was allocated for sidewalks. It should come out of the place where it was designed to come from, which is through the HUD department, and that's where they give us the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we separate among the PSOs throughout our community each year. And each year we've said it was just startup money. So I don't know how that's the only issue I have with this really, is that piece. How much money would we take from the sidewalks, number one, annually, and that we keep it in a fund that we can keep an eye on. Not that the city manager wouldn't do that. I'm hoping that's exactly how it's still done. So that's really my question, is being able to change that last piece to go to the PSOs to where we can say, we want an extra $15,000 for this program or $20,000 for this program, whatever that number is for substance abuse and prevention. I have no issue with that, but I think that's where the money, and we'll be deciding that money here very, very soon. Again, it'll come up again for us to have to allocate those funds that we do annually. It's easy to figure out a way to make that happen. So again, that's just my comments there for you guys. I would like to make a substitute motion that we can approve everything on here except for the part about substance abuse and substance abuse prevention programs in the city, and everything else can stay exactly the same. That's my motion.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion to approve this except for the number 2, correct?
Yes, sir.
Which is about substance abuse and substance prevention programs. Is there a second to the substitute motion?
Can I make a comment before the second?
Okay, and we do have a second to the substitute motion. So the rules say we deal with the substitute motion first. Is there discussion or debate?
I have discussion.
Who seconded it?
Did you not second it? I'm sorry.
She did.
Okay, she did second it. Now we're of discussion. Ms. Johnson.
Okay. I work in the field with substance abuse and prevention, and I 100% agree with the fact that we should look into assisting. I agree with this amended motion because I think before we even move forward with something of this magnitude, that we should have a plan in place. And we need to be specific about what we're going to do and how we're going to do it while this council is still together and working on that. So just wanted to say that.
Okay, Mr. Warren.
Back to an earlier comment, Mr. Burke is completely all right, and I don't know where it falls through the cracks. I don't know if we just chicken out or what we do, but going on a lot of years, I don't even know how many years, 15 years, 16 years, we have continually said that that was startup money. Joe Bob is going to open a drug rehabilitation center, and he wants $25,000. And we say, okay, well, guess what? Next year, Joe Bob's back, and he wants $25,000 more. Well, 15 years later, Joe Bob is still getting his $15,000, $20,000, and we don't know whether Joe Bob's doing a good job or not because we're not in the business, and we don't really know. There's got to be some way that we can, even if it does involve a portion of this money, if we supplement the other money or what we end up doing, there's got to be a way that we can tell all those individuals that get that money that we have to have some way to prove that we're getting something for our money. And just because you have a good idea doesn't mean the guy next to you is not going to come up with a better idea 2 years from now. So if we continue doing the same thing we're doing, we're going to continue getting the same thing we're getting. And we're never going to know what else is out there. And I mean, we could go through a bunch of different programs that aren't around anymore. Is that because they didn't end up getting any money? Because we were giving it to somebody else? Who knows? But I would hope that, and that's not a part of that motion or anything, but I hope that in the future we can figure out some way, staff can help us figure out some way to make sure that that is a 2-year deal or there is a limited amount of time that you can get those funds.
Okay, a little bit off, but I guess it was germane because you brought it up. Were your comments for or against the substitute motion? I'm confused.
I'm for the substitute motion because I think it's a good idea that we have a plan in place because, like I said, maybe we do want to meld it into the federal money in some way, shape, or form, but we need to have a plan.
Ms. Hankins.
Well, everybody knows I'm passionate about substance abuse prevention because our society, can go downhill really quick with use. And we had an extremely good program at Comanche Hospital one time called the STAR Unit. And it was very successful and could document success. And I still hear people talking about how the education component helped them deal with their kids and just, it was a really great program. But when it ran out of money, it was gone. And I certainly would not want to endorse a program that couldn't show something. Of course, documenting success is a little bit hard sometimes in those. And what is success? 1 out of 10 person gets sober or whatever. But we're going to see a lot of issues that will hurt our city with the wide use of medical marijuana when it's really not medical marijuana anyway. It never was from the start. So that really concerns me. There's children being poisoned. The poison control place gets a lot of calls about the gummies and that sort of thing, and a lot of them are a lot stronger than they should be. So I'm willing for us to continue to look at that and maybe not use this money. But I don't want to drop the awareness for our city. It's important. It's extremely important.
Yes, two things. I was on LEDA, and I love LEDA because LEDA did get a lot of things done and get motion, and boom, we're going. Listen. We're fixing sidewalks now, and it seems to me that the initiation of this momentum that's already been moved, that we cannot lose sight of that, and we will lose sight of it. I'm glad to see the separate account, but without a plan, then we're going to lose sight of this, and this money is just going to filter someplace else. We're not all going to be here all the time. And I would like to see something written in there where maybe a plan is presented to the council so that we can stay on top of this. There's been people injured, hurt, and a number of other things because we have not put our nose to the grindstone and made this happen. So, I mean, this is not about popularity. I think this is about getting something done, and it's been we have not got our sidewalks pushed with a hard effort. And so, separate account, yes. Make sure that money stays in that separate account for sidewalks. And then, like I said, I don't know how to really say it, but I think do it. But I think that those plans that Richard was bringing us that had an itemized priority list, and we knew what was going to happen. Once one's done, move another one on there, and let's fix these sidewalks. And that's one comment. The next comment, let me tell you something. I don't know what mental health is. I've worked in mental health wards. I too believe with Marianne. You know, when we have a terrible homeless problem here. And I think that those people have some mental issues, whether it's produced by drugs, whether it's produced some other way. Now, that may not be happening in everybody's ward, but in my ward, oh, my goodness. I drive down the street and there's people with shopping carts and backpacks. Sometimes I drive down A Avenue to go drop my wife off, and I see 5 or 6 people there. I've helped some of my constituents with some of their family members that they had trouble with. You know, they asked one of I know I got 3 minutes up, but real quick. They asked, the mayor's going to say, they asked that family member, what do we need to do about the homeless people? And their answer wasn't given immediately, but they came back and told them, we need to quit tearing down houses so the homeless people have a place to stay. I think that they have mental issues and something needs to be done, and I'm with Marianne 100%. We can't let that ball fall to the ground either. Listen, if we don't take care of those things, then I think we are remiss. So, Mayor, that's my comments. I hope I didn't go over 3 minutes. I see.
Much to chagrin of the neighborhood services, I had several of those, the homeless people in my ward who are living in sheds, so you need to secure your sheds too. And so one in particular, but I was talking to him, I mean, just finding out what's going on with them, and I asked one young man who came out of a shed and visited with me, I said, why do you think you're in this position now? And he said, probably drugs. And I said, are you ready to quit? And he said, no. And I said, well, my husband had 48 years in recovery, and you can do that too. But you got to be ready, and I'll help you any way I can. But that's only one of many stories. And so, if we wanted to earmark like 10% of the total marijuana money for, we can have a plan after the fact, but we need to have a plan, granted. So anyway, that's a suggestion.
Just one.
Two, when you're done.
Just because we're saying that we're pulling the money away from LEDA is not saying that we're going to spend less money on sidewalks, is it? Okay.
I need to be sure, Mayor, that I'm not anti-sidewalk. So I don't want to see anything in the paper that says Ms. Hankins is anti-sidewalk. And I've been poor too, in case you want to know, and still am. And my dad was a plumber, so I've given a lot of my life to helping people, and I'm glad I have.
Okay, and some of the comments make me think that some council members think we're doing away with the separate account. I've asked the city attorney to clarify that we are not.
So based on Mr. Hampton's comments, Mr. Burke's motion, his amended motion, or not amended, substitute motion, thank you, did not strike the separate account provision. It struck the substance abuse and substance abuse or prevention programs from it. Just to make sure that you were aware.
Yes, sir. I knew that it didn't do that. I appreciate the clarification for the constituents. I was basically saying that we have to maintain that. Is what I was trying to say.
Okay.
And then not go anywhere.
Now, it seems that discussion's over and we're ready to vote. I want to make sure everybody understands that they're voting on the ordinance as presented, with the exception of the last number 2 that says substance abuse and substance abuse programs in the city. Now, and so we deal with the substitute motion. If it passes, we don't deal with the original motion. Please vote. We read it. We already read the ordinance. For one time, I was ahead. And the motion carries 6-1.
Who's the abstention?
Oh, one abstention. Who abstained? He's going to say what?
Oh, I missed, I hit the wrong button.
Okay, what did you intend to hit?
I meant to vote no.
Okay, so the final is 6-2. You got what you need, Tracy? Okay, so the motion passed, the substitute motion 6-2 passes, so we will not deal with the original motion, and we'll move on with item 37. Consider an ordinance creating section 711-100, article 711, division 71, chapter 7, business licenses, Lawton City Code 2015, by creating the requirements for businesses to operate in the city of Lawton, setting fines for those operating without a business license, providing for severability, setting an effective date, and allowing for floor amendments. Janet.
Yes, sir. We actually have quite a few of businesses that are already required to have licenses, but we have quite a few that don't. And what we're proposing is just a basic business license so that we understand and we know what is registered at an address, such as, a beauty salon or something of that nature. This is not going to require churches to register. This is not going to require that LLCs, come in and register. These are just, normal business licenses that honestly other businesses already do have in place. And when people come to locate in Lawton, they say, well, don't you have a business license? And these are just the $100 a year annual business licenses.
So I've got a question for you. What percent of our businesses have to have licenses now?
I don't know what percentage, but I can tell you what they are. Auctioneers, circus, carnivals, distress and closeout sales, pawnbrokers, pool and billiards, recreational centers, amusement facilities, refuse hauling, secondhand dealer, taxi cabs, wreckers, home occupation, some kinds, indoor shooting range, body piercing and tattoo parlors, food service establishments, bars, package stores, mixed beverage establishments, retail beer and wine, and food. So your liquor stores every year have a $905 annual fee that's already on the books that we enforce. Currently there are lots of different business types that don't pay any business license at all. But we actually do have a lot of services that we have to provide in the way of if we get police, calls for, needing, that they've got a homeless situation and they've got people on the sidewalks out. So there are a lot of things that we incur just as a normal day-to-day kind of cost. Honestly, the administrative side of the business licenses, we already have so many businesses, as I just read to you, that have to have business licenses, and we honestly don't have enough administrative staff to hardly keep up with those. Right now, I have 2 staff members that are administrative that are supposed to keep up with all of these businesses. And honestly, it takes money to be able to pay staff to keep up with all of the licenses. We have notices that we send out every year, 30 days ahead of time to remind businesses that it's time to renew their licenses. And we honestly don't have enough staff to do that sometimes.
Jan, I'm sorry.
So I'm wondering how you're going to implement this, because I'm not against it. But I see your department very far behind, and I'm just wondering how you're going to handle, you probably named 10 or 15% of the businesses in town. So you're going to have this influx of businesses that have to get a license. How are you going to handle that?
We are going to be implementing the Tyler system to help us with that. That's already in the works. And Judy Franco, our IT director, just talked to me yesterday about implementing some of that software to assist us. And some of this obviously will be volunteer that, people come in and they fill out their business license application and, pay at the window. And so, the enforcement side of it, yes, will be an issue, but over time, everybody will know that, okay, we need to have a business license in order, to do business here. We also have a lot of inspections that take place already. When a business wants to locate in Lawton, we have building inspectors that go out. The fire marshal goes out. We have numerous staff that are already out there in the field. So we've got a good handle on the paperwork already. We just need, a little bit, we've got to have a step further because we do need to implement these business licenses so that we know where these businesses are located, what type of business that we're sending our safety, our firefighters, our police officers to. And right now, we don't have a good system for that. Honestly, I have to rely on my staff a lot and say, hey, what's at this address? And we should have a system which we're moving towards that will help us to know who is located where. And I don't know if I answered your question.
Okay, I'm gonna come back to it, but some others are wanting to speak. Miss
Janet, I had a couple of questions. For example, hair salons, they already have to have a license from this state. They have inspections. So is this going to be an additional cost to those kinds of businesses, or the businesses that are maybe in just a garage, just
No,
a one-person operator?
This is the salon itself, not the individual hairdressers. They're not going to have
It's
a
the
license
business.
with us, but it's the business address.
Then also, will there be different categories of these businesses, and therefore there will be different fees for them, or are you looking across the board at one fee?
The particular businesses that we have indicated in this ordinance are just the $100 category. The ones that are in number 38 are going to be the higher amounts that we'll get to in a few minutes, but these are just your regular businesses.
So if someone, let's say, does hair in their garage, is that going to be a business if it's in their residential
Charlotte, do we
place
allow that?
or a nail person?
It's a home occupation?
Yes.
Yes, so there are already sections that have to do with that.
Janet, hold on.
Yeah, Charlotte.
Now we know where Linda's getting her hair done.
Well, I'm just thinking about those small, one operator kind of person who's just trying to make it, and I understand the significance of it. I just want to be fair, too.
Right. Our home occupation is an existing license that we actually do, and it's a one-time $50 or $60 fee unless they change locations or change type of businesses. So it's not an annual, it's a one-time. And they turn in a floor plan of their home showing where they're going to do it, what they're doing. A hairdresser at a home can only have one chair. They're not allowed to have more than just that one person working in order to fall under that.
So this fee would be an annual fee on top of the one-time fee?
No, it's a completely separate fee. So the
Okay.
home occupation is already covered in another section of Chapter 7, so it's a one-time fee. This does not address the existing fees.
Thank you.
Mr. Burke.
I guess I'm confused, Janet, because you just said this would not include LLCs, correct?
Well, that are out of a home. If that's out of your home and it's a partnership that you have, and I've had many of those over the years, and I've never registered those with anyone other than the state. So you have to register that business with the state, but it would not have to be registered with us locally.
I don't know. I think we beg people to move here and open businesses, and then we start going for other fees. We know we've changed the fees for permits. We went back and fixed years of screw-ups, and we got it right, which included now people used to get a $600 permit. Now it's $1,000. Just what he was just talking about earlier in the program. So I'm just telling you that at some point, people are going to say, I don't want to have a business in Lawton, Oklahoma anymore because they just bill you to death. And that's my fear, is that we're becoming so restrictive on businesses. And so I'm sure Randy, he's an automotive guy, he's got to have one for his building. And then you know, Sean's got to have one for every one of his places. And it just cost all of us. It just cost all of us more money. And as we're struggling to make it as it is already, and we've had to go up on our prices, we've had to do all these things, that's just my concerns. And I'm not against you saying that. I appreciate you working so hard on this.
Well, and I think they already do pay those licenses anyway, and so Mr. Fortenbaugh is probably paying those licenses anyway.
For the record, I'm paying.
Well, it should be double.
This is another one of those examples where evidently we've lived in a vacuum, because I have people ask me all the time on the phone. I'll buy parts from somebody in wherever, and they're like, well, what's your license number? And I'm like, I don't have a license. What are you talking about? He said, your city business license. You don't have one.
I heard you too.
From the discussions we had in the committee meeting for fees, two things got my attention on this. And one is, what we may discover is that there are quite a few places in town that are selling goods and not charging tax. So part of that process, I would hope, would be that a person comes in to get their license, and if they have a retail store and they sell product, that they provide a copy of their Oklahoma sales tax permit. And if they don't have that, they don't get a license and they don't get to open, because that's part of what keeps the city funded. And so that's really the only way we have of finding out. And will they still be honest with us? Some won't. But we have the ability then, if we find out, to address that situation. Now, the other issue, there are all kinds of businesses in Lawton that don't have a license. And that's going to sound bad. Don't print this. I don't care so much about the police, because they're not going to be really affected by it. But fire, they need to know what's stored in that building. They need to know if acetone, if there's, 10 55-gallon drums of acetone back there. Well, unless we have a business license for whatever that is, we're not going to know that, because we won't have anybody go and inspect it, and it'll just be operating there, and then it catches on fire. We send 3 firemen in there, and the whole thing explodes, and it's ugly. So, that's the two things that struck me. Is $100 going to break me? No. I don't have a problem with that. Is it going to break, any other business in town? I don't think so. There's going to be individuals that don't like it because they don't think that we should intrude into their business, and I understand that. But if the council votes that direction, then that's the voice of the people. But I know that we have to make sure that the city, I don't care about the state, but I think we need to make sure that everybody that's selling product within the city limits of Lawton pays the proper taxes. That's just the way it is.
Mr. Harris.
Yeah, Janet. So my business kind of exists wherever I'm at. I don't really have a hard office. So how will I apply for that? And I don't mind paying. I'm like Randy. I'll give you the $100 for a good cause, but I don't really have a location. I don't have a product that I sell. It's a service.
Yes, yours is services. And so I'm assuming that you have a primary address, though, where you get your bills sent to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your business license would be associated with whatever physical location that you have, if that's a P.O. box or your home or something like that. We do have medical that are licensed,
Okay.
medical equipment sales or I'm sure we have massage therapists. I know you don't do that, but, I mean, so we would have a license appropriate for you, sir.
And I also own some commercial real estate that I rent out, so will that be another license?
The commercial real estate, I don't think if it's rental, it would be whoever is occupying that space. That if they're a business, they would be the ones that would need to get that business license
Okay.
because you're not operating a business, they're your tenant.
Right. I just didn't know if I'm not an LLC, but since I own the...
No, sir.
Okay,
It would
so-
not apply for commercial rental property
So
to
just-
you.
Mail that license to the little white van that's parked out there in slot number 8.
Mayor.
So I want to, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead,
Yeah,
Mr.
just a quick
Hammond.
question. Janet, I don't know if you've researched this or not, but do you know what other cities are doing in this area?
Yes, sir, and they charge $100 for business licenses as well. I mean, and you can go up from there. It depends on what it is.
Yeah, for all the added, I know some people are already paying business licenses, but for
Yes.
all of the other added ones that we're adding to our list, are other communities, municipalities doing the same thing?
Yes, they are. We are an anomaly for not charging these business licenses.
So I'm back to implementation because the
sir.
fact that Tyler's part of it does not give me a lot of comfort because that's what our utility billing, and I've received more phone calls on utility billing, and one of them was my wife. And hanging on the phone forever, and
Yes.
I want your office to operate efficiently. You're doing a great job over there, but I'm going to tell you, I'm just not sure we're ready for this. And what can you say to me to give me the comfort level that you're going to be able to implement this with the staff you've got?
Here's what I'm going to do. I will send business license applications with all the inspectors whenever they go out to do their inspections, and we will hand
Well, I'm
deliver
hearing
them.
complaints that we don't have enough inspectors. Now we're going to add something else to them.
Well, the inspectors still have to go out. Inspections are required. That's not optional. And so they are going out, and, you know, I moved my offices from planning to license and permits just to be in the flow of that rolling river. And I can tell you that we are constantly in and out of the doors and doing business with people. They actually have had a lot of calls while I've been here for the council meeting because people are calling and saying, hey, we need this or we need that. Charlotte works with me very efficiently for us to send out inspectors. We do actually get things out the door. We get projects out the door, and I think we'll send these business applications with the inspectors because I can promise you these facilities are being inspected and those reports get turned in back to us.
Michael, can you assure the council that this will be implemented smoothly without further backing up the building permitting and inspection process?
Mayor, as with all things that when we find, we go to start to address inadequacies and things that we find, it's very difficult to start implementing new processes. One of the things that Janet and I've talked about it is some of these fees will generate enough revenue that I will come back to the council and request additional personnel to help support these new business licenses. Can I guarantee you that Tyler will solve all our problems? I cannot. Can I guarantee that we will not have some hiccups? I cannot do that. But I can tell you that we got a professional in the department over there and the professional staff that's going to implement this stuff the best way possible to ensure that we have the smoothest transition possible. But we're growing and we're learning and we are making mistakes here and there, but we've never said we wouldn't, but we do make them from time to time. We admit them. Janet admitted one earlier today. I applaud her for that. So we will do the very level best we can with the staff we have, Mayor. But as you and I talked about earlier today, our bandwidth is pretty tight right now. And we're going to implement, if you guys choose to implement this right now, we're going to implement it with the resources we have available and the allotment that we have available, and it will go as smooth as we can possibly make it. Now, Judy's our new IT director. As a matter of fact, Judy, stand up. If you didn't read the other day, Judy was selected to be our IT director, so we want to applaud her for that. But, Judy is now at the forefront of our Tyler implementation. And although we've had some difficulties with that, we've had a heck of a lot of successes with Tyler as well. And a lot of people are happy with the systems. We've provided a lot to our police and fire, for example. So is it 100% always go smooth? It never does. So I can't give you a definitively yes, it will be absolutely smooth, Mayor. I can't do that. We'll be not telling you the truth. But we're going to do our best job we can.
With the statement that it's going to require additional employees, is it reasonable to make a motion to bring this back with a plan for implementation in the future that gives the businesses a warning such as 6 months and gives us the opportunity to get people there and trained and ready to go? Is that reasonable, Council?
Can I add something to that, Mayor?
Absolutely.
I think that sometimes when you're implementing things on a technological level, instead of trying to take a super jump and do everything at one time, sometimes you can break that down into smaller bites and smaller steps where maybe everybody doesn't get hit at the same time, and then we lose control of this exchange of information. Now, I don't know that that's possible. I mean, you guys can answer that yourself. But I do know that a lot of times in implementing any new thing, taking off too big of a bite will cause you to lose control of that. And that's what I do with my IT stuff. I try to put it in bite-sized pieces. So get one thing in place, now it's set. Get another thing in place, then it's set. And the details of all of that, of course, are for you guys to do. But and the reason I'm telling you that is because I had the head of IT department do my water bills, and I've got water bills, and I still have 2 of my water bills that aren't even on my account because they said that somebody in the water department needs to remove them from some other account. I'm waiting patiently, but I have a lot of other people that are doing that. And as I back up and look at it, I think maybe we took too big of a bite, boom, and now, I mean, I'm on the phone for 4 or 3 hours, Alan. I'm mad. I try to get my bill. I'm just going to drive down there and make my. I mean, I have had, like the mayor, a lot of that. And hear me. I'm not saying that this is the solution. I'm just saying that I don't know what I'm just throwing that out as a comment, I guess.
Mayor, one of the conversations that Janet and I had, and also Rich and I have had, is phasing this in geographically, or phased approach. There's many ways to do this, but if I could just for a minute, we had to move to some of the Tyler products that we had to move to. Matter of fact, we had to move to Tyler because everything was failing. So I completely understand biting off smaller parts of it, but we had no choice to bite off the entire hunk because we were in a position where we had no choice but to move there. And that was problematic because what we have done or tried to do, and matter of fact, what we have done, usually takes 2 or 3 years to do for 1 or 2 of the implementations. We've done all of that in less than 3 years. So yeah, we have some growing pains associated with it. Your point's well taken. We're going to look at a phased approach to that geographically, maybe by ward or certain areas that work along that line, so we can phase that in and not overwhelm staff as we work towards what that looks like, and then applying more staff as we get staff available to handle those issues.
Mr. Burke.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we delay the implementation for 6 months as we get a plan together of how we're going to do it, and we move forward in 6 months.
What?
Okay, so I'll change my motion to, we will implement this in 6 months, and the program will start in 6 months. So we have time to let businesses know what's coming. And then we also have time for you guys to figure it out. I don't know.
Okay, let me just clarify. Your passage of the ordinance, read the title only, going into effect in 6 months.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
That's it.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do have a second? A motion and a second. Discussion or debate?
I have discussion. Let me just present what I would rather do. I think what would be more effective would be if we went ahead and implemented this with the direction that we implement it on new businesses to begin with. That way we set the process in motion. We know what we got to have and how we're going to do it. And then slowly, and during this whole time, we don't issue any non-compliance orders or anything like that. And then we start, and then once the entire city has had the opportunity, whether y'all do it by wards or whatever, once everybody's been talked to that wants to hear, then we say, okay, we make a big announcement that says from this day forward, we're going to, this has already been implemented. We've given you 9 months or whatever to come into compliance. And those that aren't in compliance, then we'll deal with that. So
Mr. Burke seems interested in accepting a friendly amendment on new businesses beginning whenever the ordinance goes to effect, which I think is 30 days, and new businesses, existing businesses would be 6 months. Are you okay with the friendly amendment?
I have a friendly second.
Okay. Well, you don't get to who seconded it. Are you okay with that friendly amendment? Who seconded that? Mr. Warren?
Al did it? He forgot.
Are you?
I second it.
Okay. Okay, does everybody understand the motion?
Not really.
Okay, so we're past the ordinance, waiving the reading of the ordinance and reading the title only, effective as soon as the ordinance goes into effect in 30 days for new businesses, goes into effect in 6 months for existing businesses.
Okay. Yep. Yes.
Everybody good? Please, do you want to debate or discuss?
Question, Janet, what do you anticipate the revenues from this to be?
Did we calculate that? I don't think we even calculated it. I mean, honestly, it's just going to be a help for administration, because as I said, we only have 2 right now.
Do you think it will pay for the additional employee?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Just a quick clarification. The 6-month moratorium is on fines and things of that nature. If staff decides they can handle some more, they can go out and actively. Okay.
We need to read the title. An ordinance creating section 711100, Article 711, Division 71, Chapter 7, Business Licenses, Lawton City Code 2015 by creating the requirement for businesses to operate in the city of Lawton, setting fines for those operating without a business license, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date of December 14th, 2022 for existing businesses, and establishing an effective date for July 14th, 2022 for new businesses.
Please vote. Motion carries 6-1. I've got 8 people here. Motion carries 7-1. Moves us to item 38. Consider an ordinance creating sections 735.1, 3501 through 735.1, 3509, Article 735, Division 735.1, Business Licenses, Chapter 7, Lawton City Code 2015, by creating the article, creating definitions for medical marijuana facilities, cigar bars, hookah bars, and consumption lounges, creating licensing requirements, providing for severability and establishing an effective date, and providing for floor amendments. Janet.
I would like to clarify that although this says creating definitions for medical marijuana facilities, cigar bars, hookah bars, and consumption lounges, this governing body already approved that in Article 15, and that's where we reference all of those definitions that you find in this ordinance. So they have already been created, so you're not creating them today. But otherwise, we are proposing, and we have 74, what is it, 50? We have almost 80 dispensaries right now, and 4 of them are waiting for COs and to be approved. Overall, we have almost 100 of these, and the $2,500 fee that we're proposing is the state-allowed fee for those businesses. That's the state fee that is already charged by the state, and the state allows the city to make a decision on how much they want to charge for these licenses. Comparatively, liquor stores that have beer, wine, and alcohol, they have a $905 annual fee that is associated with them. We're proposing $2,500 on the medical marijuana because there is a lot more that goes into those facilities, and everybody knows that. There's a lot more regulation that has to occur for those. Also, we believe that the cost incurred because of additional staff that has to go out, we already have a lot of staff time that is invested in the medical marijuana facilities that are currently located in the city limits. And what we have done here is we've also made a designation for a cigar bar and hookah bar as well. Now, those are lower licenses, even though there are requirements for air conditioning, for HVAC, for separate units, and all of those kinds of things. You know, we're not really looking that anybody would get high from hookah or cigar, you know, from tobacco. But on the marijuana side of it, there is a lot more regulation on the airflow coming out, and also all of those kinds of things. So we've listed here cigar bar license $500, hookah bar $500, dispensaries $2,500, grows $2,500, processors $2,500, a transporter license $500. And that's because they don't store any of that on site. It is just a matter of transporting it, just as the name says. We've also been asked or advised that we have some that are interested in something called a consumption lounge, which would be where medical marijuana is smoked on site, on premises. And in Article 15 that you've already approved, in April, I believe, we made some proposals at that point, you know, on how far you had to be, you know, the smoke being from doorways and air conditioning units and that type thing. We anticipate that this will be the newest license that is purchased. Is for a consumption lounge. Then we have our certificate of compliance, which is what is required by the state. That's $100. They have to comply with our inspections, and then we also have a violation to maintain the license. If they do not maintain their city license with us, it'll be a $500 fee or penalty that is assessed for them. I'm here for your questions.
So you've got a cigar bar here that is an establishment. The definition is it's designated for smoking cigars and other tobacco products, along with accessories, purchasing accessories.
Yes, sir.
Then the consumption lounge means an establishment where inhaling, exhaling, and consumption of tobacco, et cetera, such as cigar bars. So it seems, which is it?
Well, the cigar bar is under the category of a consumption lounge, but the license that we're talking about is for medical marijuana consumption license. That is separate. from the cigar bar and from the hookah bar.
So here's what I want to make sure, because I'm a little confused on all this. And for me, the little cigar bar down the road, which you might be surprised to learn I've been there. But I don't see the comparison to marijuana.
Right.
And
It's
I
not-
can't see charging them $2,500.
We're not. It's a $500. And the comparison isn't made from the city. It is already made from the state. So that in the Article 15 that was passed in April by this council, we adopted the state public smoking laws and definitions, and those were already established by the state. So we're adopting their language for our use.
Councilor, you have questions?
I think one important thing, Janet, you might have skipped over a little bit, is by licensing medical marijuana facilities specifically in this passage here, it authorizes the city, if there's a compliance issue with said facility, to report that to the state. The state has put language in, state statutes in, that require them to adhere to the city's requirements to operate, whether it's business license, whether, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. But nonetheless, it gives the city a little bit of authority, if you have an issue, to affect their state OMMA license. So it gives you a little more control as a council.
Mr. Burke.
Wow. I just believe, I don't think you guys even understand what a transporter license is, because I know people that have them and the state charges a very minimal fee. It's somebody that actually sells medical marijuana out in the field. They go from a grow or from a processing area, and they go from store to store in Lawton or any other place across the state, and they get a state transporter license. So I think there's a little confusion there. And I think the governor signed about, I don't know how many bills he signed the other day, stating that they're putting a moratorium for the next 2 years. Starts July 1. The moratorium goes into effect for July or August?
It's August 1st. Yeah,
And
for
I
2
read through
years.
all of them, and basically he says, we've got too many right now. We can't control them. We don't know where they're at. We don't know what they're doing, and they're out in the woods somewhere. In the city of Lawton, it's a little different in that when we started this, none of us back in 2019 ever had a clue, 2018, 2019, how many dispensaries would come to Lawton, Oklahoma. I think we were all astonished by all of this, right? And so the fees are great and all, but you've got a lot of these people that are on the fence, right? And so some of the dispensaries have to be there because we made it a rule that you had to have a dispensary if you wanted to have a processing and a grow inside C5, right? That's exactly correct. I helped make that rule. So we didn't want a bunch of warehouses up and down Cash Road that didn't have storefronts that weren't producing any sales tax for us, right? So we thought we did a great job. What we didn't do is what a lot of other cities did, which they said, Joe, you're opening your medical marijuana place here, and for a 5-mile circle, there can only be X numbers. They did it in Oklahoma City, they did it in Tulsa, they did it in all these other places, and they don't have the overwhelming number. I mean, us, we one here, one there, one here, one there. You can go up and down Cash Road, and they're everywhere. Yeah, I'm saying there's a ton, right? And so, but my point in some of this is that it's like the cigar bar. According to my understanding from state law, and John, you tell me if I'm wrong, but if you allow cigarette smoking inside a facility, you also are allowed to smoke marijuana, legal marijuana in there. Is that correct? I think that's correct. I'm almost 100% sure that's correct. Now, you can decide not to. You can decide not to if you chose, but that's not a guaranteed thing. So you can actually go into a regular smoking establishment and smoke medical marijuana legally because you have a license. Now, you got to have your license, and you can't have like a whole bag full of it or all that. But all I'm trying to point out is that there's just a whole bunch of little things with this that just are really in the process the state's going through right now. And are we sure we want to jump into all of this as the state's doing? The state just upped a lot of their fees because they hired an extra how many people to go around and find these people doing it in the woods, right? And not paying the sales tax and that sort of thing. I don't know. I don't know where we're at because the state, like I say, they just changed everything. And I'm talking just changed everything in the last, 30 days.
There will be a moratorium that begins August 1st for the next 2 years, and no licenses will be issued in the state for dispensaries, grows, or processing.
Right.
And so there is that coming up, and we anticipate that because of that moratorium, there will be more that are coming to try to jump in before that moratorium begins. But this is the one mechanism, if you will, that allows council to actually oversee in some ways the dispensaries and the grows and the processors. We already do, as your administrative arm of the city, we already know where they are because we sign off on their OMMA license. They have to go through the inspection process and all of those things. So we're doing everything up to the point of where we would charge them for a business license. And we're not charging them for a business license at all, as we were not charging a lot of other businesses either. But yet, comparatively, we are charging liquor stores every year for their license, and I think we have 10, what do we have, 10, 20? We have a much smaller number of those. Probably 10. I thought it was 10. And so
I don't know what to say either. I know when we had the committee meeting, I was concerned that we were, because dispensaries in our rules and City of Lawton rules, and Rich, you tell me if I'm wrong, but they're the same as mercantile. They don't have to have a special area to go because they're just an open business that sells stuff, and we get sales tax from that.
Are you talking about dispensaries?
Dispensaries, I'm talking
about.
Well,
the state limits us on our ability, for the number of dispensaries. So a council, they don't allow us to limit those.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
My point is that a dispensary is just a store. They don't produce anything there. They don't, nothing like that.
Right.
So I understand the bigger fees for the processing and the grows. I get that because I've seen the inspections. I've been there, done that just recently. And I see the amount of time it takes and multiple inspections. Mainly the fire department, fire marshal. The rest of it, if you're not building something, you stay pretty much where you're at. All I'm saying is that you're beating the dispensaries up, and yes, we have 80-something of them, and yes, we'll make pretty good money every year at $2,500 a pop. Because you go in there, there's nothing to, their inspections don't take any time because, unless they're just built a new one or something, but they already pay that in inspection fees. I'm just concerned that we're putting a burden on one business and not on all businesses that do the same kinds of things. They're a mercantile. I just think that's a legal issue.
Respectfully, we did just approve an ordinance for business licenses for all other categories.
I get that.
That will be implemented over
fee.
6 months.
Right, with a fair fee of $100.
And
now you're talking $2,500 for a guy that has a store that's a 10 by 10.
I have talked with other owners of marijuana dispensaries who believe this fee would be a good thing. Honestly, because of the competition. There's a lot of competition between marijuana dispensaries. And if one goes out of business, where are their customers going to go but to another? And so there is some, I have talked to all sides is what I'd like to say. And there are those who are in the industry that said this is a good thing because it weeds out the ones that need to be weeded out, and only the best come to the top. And,
that's not a reason for us to do it. I'm not against this, but that's not a reason for us to do it. That's not our job. Mr. Warren.
My issue is completely different, and Michael already knows my issue because I've sent him the emails that I continually get, and there will be more, from people that own businesses in strip malls or strip centers that house dispensaries where And go figure, people that go into a Circle K or whatever, they know they can't smoke a cigarette in there. They buy them there. They can't smoke one there because that's a state law, so nobody does. But for some reason, the laws don't apparently apply to people that smoke marijuana because they go into dispensaries, they fire up a rocket, and they're after it. And so I'm getting a phone call from the guy that has the business next door that says, hey, my customers are all leaving because they're afraid they're going to get high because the whole place is covered in smoke, and they couldn't get in the building because they're out there on the front smoking weed on the front porch.
Mr. Warren.
And I have to send Michael a message so he can send LPD a message so they can send a police officer out there to tell them, y'all know you can't smoke that here.
Medical marijuana or smoking of medical marijuana is considered exactly the same category as tobacco in public places. What I mean by that is you cannot smoke in a public place unless it's licensed and has the correct air conditioning, HVAC systems in place. You cannot smoke it within so many feet of the entrance of a building. So it's, in that regard, what you said is absolutely correct. It's treated in that manner. Doesn't mean you can, it's just treated with the same laws that govern tobacco smoke. So that question that you had, we went out there, absolutely. They were not authorized to be doing that, and they were talked to about it.
And just clarification for the record, that law is the Smoking in Public Places and Indoor Workplaces Act. It's Title 63 Oklahoma Statute, Section 11521.
Do we have other questions or a motion?
We are so confused, we don't know.
Move to approve.
Have a motion for approval. Read the title, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Have a second. Please read the ordinance.
An ordinance creating Section 735-1, 3501 through 735-1, 3509, Article 735, Division 735-1, Chapter 7, Business Licenses, Lawton City Code 2015, by creating the article, creating definitions for medical marijuana facilities, cigar bars, hookah bars, and consumption lounges, creating licensing requirements, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
We have a motion. We have a second. We've read the ordinance. Discussion or debate? I have a question. This goes into effect in 30 days. On day 31, all of these places are not in compliance. Is that correct?
We actually would like to change the date on that to August 31 and with a grace period to September 15th. Or you can just say
I'm going to need an amended motion.
A friendly amendment to the dates mentioned.
Yeah, okay. So that's amended to go into effect August 31 with a grace period to the
September
15th of September. Who seconded that? You're good? Okay, does everybody understand? Oh,
Read the ordinance again.
no, I think we're good. Okay, no more discussion or debate. Please vote. The motion carries 7-1. Item number 39, consider an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 727, Bed and Breakfast Establishments, to retitle the article as hotels and other short-term rentals and modify the requirements to reflect changes in the short-term rental market and update licensing and operational procedures. Richard.
Okay, I'm going to try to meet that 3-minute mark on this one. You said a little earlier, people should pay the tax they owe, and that's what this ordinance does. In this case, we're creating a license which is a companion item to something you actually approved, that host compliance software earlier in today's meeting. Host compliance it actually provides a service. So with this license, they're actually going to get a service. There'll be an online portal because we're really looking at, let me start over, all short-term rentals by code already are supposed to pay hotel motel tax. We just can't find them because they live in the cloud. They're online kind of a thing. So we're talking about folks that that's what they do. They're online. So that host compliance software that you approved will actually allow a mobile app, so they can register and license and do all stuff on a mobile app. Now, what this company provides for us, which this license pays for with the fees that are in the fee schedule, it's only it'd be $200. Yeah, $200, an annual $200 license with a re-up license of about $150. So if you send in your registration before the year's up, $150, but if you let it expire, it's $200. So that's how that is. But in this case, what that software does is it's really, they developed an AI software that actually goes out and searches all these sites. I mean, at the time I wrote this AIC, I said there were 54 platforms where people can list these properties. Well, there's actually like 70 some now, because they just keep expanding. So we can't check all those, but this software does that. It actually goes out, searches them out, lets us know who they are, and right now we think there's about 150 units in town. So, so first of all, this ordinance allows us to locate those folks and gently remind them that they need to comply with this. All this done online. Pretty good.
Richard, I have a really quick question. I was given an email today about problems with Airbnbs at the lake on boathouses, and that they were not following the lake rules and this kind of situation. I've already talked to city staff about this, but how do we locate? I mean, this is advertised, so I do see it here.
This actually will locate those. Now, I'm doing some research on that to find out if our lease covers those already. So remember, if it's our property, I mean, we get to say what happens there. And honestly don't know I don't think our sales tax, our hotel motel tax applies at the lake.
Oh, really?
But we're going to verify that one in itself. But we can still track them down with the same function. But the other thing that this code does is it provides some minimal standards for these properties, and they're very very normal. I mean, you have to have a host. You have to have somebody locally that we can contact. But when they're in a residential area, you also have things that protect the residential nature, some special items that protect the residential nature of the area. And for the most part, they're called it's the no party house regulations. I mean, you can't have loud music, you can't have all this, you can't rent to somebody under 18. Because those are the things that affect our short-term rentals. And so, I mean, we receive some complaints, we don't receive a lot, so we're not trying to be heavy-handed here, but this gives us a mechanism to say, oh, you've got complaints, if you don't manage that, we're going to pull your license. So,
I think we need to approve this. We've been working on this for 119 years now. And I hope it does stop those kids from renting the place around the corner and having swimming parties in the middle of the night. So I'm tired of the calls. So anyway, I'll make a motion that we approve.
Second. I have a motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
We need to read the title.
Oh, we got to read this. We got to read it.
An ordinance pertaining to short-term rental license requirements and procedures amending Section 727.1.2701, 727.1.2702, 727.1.2703, 727.1.2704, 727.1.2705 through 2709. Division 727.1, Article 727, Chapter 7, Lawton City Code 2015, revising and adding definitions and revising procedures for licensing and operating short-term rentals, providing for severability, and declaring an effective date.
Please vote. Need one more vote. Unless somebody left.
Hey, you got to vote.
Motion carries 8-0. Okay, that's all the ordinances, so I won't forget to read anymore. Item number 40, consider approving a resolution amending the City of Lawton FY 21-22 budget as amended by appropriating $125,000 to the Hotel Motel Fund Professional Services account for activities designed to encourage, promote, and foster tourism in the City of Lawton.
Mayor, if it please the council, I'd like to discuss 40, 41, and 42 At the same time, I also understand there's a presentation from Holiday in the Park Committee, so we'll get to that. But essentially, and I'm trying to make this quick, so we'll run these together. $125,000 budget amendment to appropriate $125,000 to additional Holiday in the Park and Arts and Humanities of the McMahon Auditorium Authority. $100,000 in additional funding to Holiday in the Park to expand their lighting programs. Is that correct? And $25,000 for additional support related to activities under the McMahon Authority Arts and Humanities Department. Essentially, that's what this is, budget amendment, allocating more funding at $100 for Holiday in the Park and $25 for McMahon Authority Arts and Humanities. And if that's okay with the council, we can show the presentation, because that's really those three items right
Show
there
it
in the
now?
show. Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
I'll be as quick as possible while the presentation is coming up. Let me introduce myself. My name is Teron Epps. I'm the Executive Vice President for the Lawton Fort Sill Chamber of Commerce, also board member for Holiday in the Park. I am here today instead for Dr. Krista Ratliff. She sends her regrets. She would like to be here, but she has a tourism commissioners meeting today. So I'm just gonna review a couple of things for Holiday in the Park as you review what's in front of you. So what I'd like to highlight on this slide is the over 29,000 cars and estimated over 100,000 visitors, 20% of which were from outside of Comanche County. So when we talk about promoting tourism, this is what your Holiday in the Park produced for you last year. Slide, please. And we did this through a number of things. We incorporated a skating rink. We incorporated Oklahoma's longest tunnel of lights. We had a petting zoo. Slide, please. Additionally, we had a number of events. So what makes us separate from other cities is there were activities for families to come out and enjoy. So you could truly enjoy a full day, or full night, of activities as well as the lights that were presented. Slide, please. And what we're trying to do with the proposal of the additional funds is we're trying to enhance those lights. So we have these 3D lights that we'd like to order. Slide, please. We'd like to have these outstanding Christmas trees that are also 3D lights. And if you'll notice, there was an electrical expansion with plenty of room for us to add more lights. And basically what we're trying to do is we want people to know that this is the place for you to come and visit. This is the place for you to come and enjoy not just one night, but potentially, potentially 2 days. Come, look at our lights, enjoy the activities, as there are different activities each night, stay in our hotels, shop at our local shops, and eat in our restaurants. So this is really your return on the investment. So we ask that you consider that additional funding for Holiday in the Park. Pending any questions?
Council, I'm totally for this, and the reason is Holiday in the Park is one of the big wins for the community. And as we continue to expand it, and I believe everybody wants to continue to expand it annually, it does become that thing that people come here to see and spend money shopping while they're here. Hopefully they spend the night at the hotel. But it's an economic development tool that lasts 40 days. We don't get that opportunity very often. The wonderful Freedom Festivals, we moved it to 2 days. The wonderful international festivals, 3 days. This is a 40-day economic development tool, and I think these 3D lights are spot on.
Mayor, I just wanted to say that Law Enhancement, as you well know, fought for the $65,000 that we allocated, and I said, once we allocate the $65,000, we're going to want to allocate more because we're going to up the game. Well, Krista and her gang and a bunch of volunteers and Law Enhancement went out and we bought the skating rink. We did so many things that made this an attraction that people want to come to. We added electricity to the park so that we could afford to light up those lights. And Law Enhancement, I think, gave some $60,000, $70,000 of our budget to make this happen on top of the $65,000 we got from Hotel Motel. The tunnel Krista called me in the middle of the night. Jay, we need the tunnel. And I said, girl, you are crazy. I love her to death, but she can think those things up, right? And so I think it's wonderful. We want to increase that tunnel further down. We want to do a lot of other things. We'd love to increase the size of the skating rink this year coming up. That's one of the things that's in the works. We've been talking. And being able to have somebody that can provide us with these types of light structures, who actually is from Chickasha. She builds a lot of the structures for us. She was amazingly gracious enough to do it for us at a reasonable rate. But you guys at the chamber did an amazing job taking this on. I mean, it was amazing. I usually drive down to the one in Wichita Falls and go by Midwestern where they have the one out front. And I was with a friend of mine who's actually from Wichita Falls, and she said to me, wow, Lawton killed us. Lawton killed us. And I thought, yes, we did. Yes, we did. And we're going to continue to do that.
You did tell her, right? You did tell her, yes, we did.
Yes, we did. That's exactly what I said. Yes, we did. And she said, we got to get our stuff together in Wichita Falls. We don't have any money for this. This has been the same displays forever. Well, we had the same displays, and we tried to do it, but we didn't have the power or the $65,000 from Hotel Motel. I support this 100%. I make a motion that we approve it like now.
Motion for approval. Is there a second? I have a second. Discussion or debate?
Just a quick, this was a long time coming. The best thing that we ever did was move it off of Gore Boulevard. I know that rubs a lot of people the wrong way, but a lot of that is hindsight. I mean, they think it was better than it was. It's going to be better in the future.
Yes, it will.
I think the community needs to set its sights on Chickasha. We did away with Wichita Falls, and Chickasha can be next. I just think it was a great deal. I think just really good work by the chamber, by Lita, everybody. I'm just really glad that we did it.
Michael.
So, Mayor, first, Jason and his crew are also doing a very great job. This additional funding will help them with concerts and attracting talent and some of that street performers that we were talking about. So they're also doing a great job, an additional $25,000. But I believe we want to pass all these at 40, 41, and 42 as a single motion. I believe we can do that. Okay. All right.
Got to read them. I do have one question before we go there. What is our projected overage in Hotel Motel?
We're estimating 150 to 200, so this still gives us a little cushion in case it doesn't come in. So 150 more than we budgeted for. We're budgeting 125, so that gives us a little bit of cushion in case.
Any more discussion? Please vote. 8-0 passes. Item 41, consider approving a resolution including any floor amendments related thereto, amending Resolution 128 to adjust hotel motel tax allocations, but providing a June 2022 allocation of $100,000 to Holiday in the Park and $25,000 to McMahon Auditorium Authority, with any unexpended appropriations from these June 2022 allocations to remain in their respective accounts perpetually and not transfer to the Economic Development Fund on June 30. Authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the resolution. Can I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item 42, contingent upon an amendment to Resolution 21-128 being approved to allocate $100,000 to Holiday in the Park, consider approving an agreement between Holiday in the Park and City of Lawton for the remainder of this fiscal year to fund up to an additional $100,000 from hotel motel tax revenue for the purpose of supporting tourism through assisting with the development, organization, implementation, and operation of the annual holiday display in Albert Thomas Park, to include working year-round in the development of the display, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the agreement.
Move to approve.
Motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item 43, consider adopting a resolution authorizing increases in fees and charges to include water, sewer, and refuse and landfill fees as set forth in Exhibit A of the resolution and establishing an effective date.
This is just a companion item for what we approved in the Water Authority meeting. It just addresses all other fees besides water and sewer and garbage.
Move to approve.
Have a motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate?
Yes, and I discussed with the city manager earlier on page 37, on the fishing and hunting licenses, the creation of a lifetime license similar to what the state has, so that we could just go in one time, get a license. It did not make it into here. I think generally the state license is about 6 times the amount of the annual fee, and if we did that, it would be a lifetime hunting and fishing license of about $250.
And while they discuss that, if you don't mind repeating what this is specifically for, so that those that are watching can understand the difference.
This will be for, this is actually the approval item, the city council's approval of all of the Schedule A, which is all fees and charges that we charge, plus the water, sewer, garbage rates that were authorized in the authority, the Water Authority meeting.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, Mr. Harris, this doesn't say anything about floor amendments, so the city attorney's thinking maybe you need to bring that back as a separate item for consideration.
Could you say that again?
It doesn't include floor amendments on the agenda item, so if you can bring that back as a separate agenda item, okay?
Mayor and council, that's my fault. It's 53 or 54 pages we went through. We'll make the appropriate change and bring it back at a future council meeting. I missed it.
I just wanted to ask you a question. So this is actually where we actually, the tires hit the street, because without this passing, then the rate hikes for water, sewer, and refuse will not pass. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And my next question is since this is a increase, is this a supermajority, or is this just a regular vote?
It's just a simple majority because it's a fee schedule. It's not a spending measure.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Warren, a second by Ms. Hankins, is that correct? Any more discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 5-3. Item 44, discuss sidewalk projects with particular focus on Gore Boulevard from Northwest 52nd to Northwest 67th and Northwest 53rd from Gore to Cash Road, including setting priorities and a projected timeline for completion, and including monthly updates, or if desired, more frequent updates from city staff to the council, giving direction to the staff as desired and taking any action deemed necessary. Are you going to speak, or Mr. Fortenbaugh?
I can give you a quick update.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, just a quick update. The Sheridan Road is coming along really nicely. MTZ is our contractor. We'll have them building sidewalks for 2 years. They're in their first year right now. They'll be done with Sheridan Road by the end of June. And by the end of June, we'll have the Gore plans from 52nd, 53rd to 67th ready to go. So they'll just move straight over and start working on Gore. We got an estimated cost for that stretch of anywhere from $410,000 to $450,000. That project is estimated to take 150 days. And by that 150 days, we should have plans completed for, let's see if I get this straight, on Sheridan. No, I mean on
53rd Street.
53rd Street from Gore to Cash. That's the next one. And then we'll move on down the list. But we'll keep, as we're constructing, we'll be designing, putting the plans together for the next sections.
So I do have a question, Mayor. And so, all right, so with the medical marijuana, that's a mouthful. With the medical marijuana money, we did Sheridan Road. This council approved Sheridan Road, Cash Road, and 38th and Gore to 52nd Street, okay? So that's the one on Gore from 38th to 52nd is the one that's supposed to be under consideration being being wrote up. Richard, make sure you listen to me. So from there to there was the
38th to 52nd.
So we eliminated the Cash Road work because, thank goodness, in a LEDA meeting,
Rusty's doing
Rusty
part of
came
pipeline.
and said, hey, we're going to put a pipeline there, a water line, and so when we put the water line in, we'll just put a sidewalk in that whole side. So we're like, yippee, okay, we don't have to do that one. That's called communication, right? And making sure that we're all talking together and speaking the same language. So the medical marijuana money is set up for, the first one's already done, or being done, almost complete. The second one is from Gore, from Cameron University to Eisenhower High School, right? Yes, on the south side of the road. I know that to be a fact. And so then the next one that we had discussed, because of the ADA committee had came to us and said, there's a need, because we have people in wheelchairs riding down the middle of Gore Boulevard between Gore and Sheridan and Comanche County Memorial Hospital trying to get to their doctor's appointments. There's no sidewalk on either side of that street. So that was just and I know, Randy, we want to go from Eisenhower to 67th or Sean or whoever, I get that. But my point is that how do we rate these in a way that the ADA committee has a voice? Because they're the ones out there talking to the people that are affected by this, mostly. And on LEDA's side, what we would do is they would come to our meetings, and Mike would come to the meetings, and we would discuss what is the #1 ADA project that's coming up, or what do we think that is? So that's just my question, is making sure that we keep these ADA projects first in mind when we start thinking about those types of things. So I just wanted to see if that's still the case.
Well, it is. We're actually very compliant with all of our ADA stuff, because we're building, we shouldn't lose track of, we're building sidewalks all over the city on every roadway project we're doing, and
Right.
we're building ADA compliance on every one of those.
Right.
So
No, I'm just talking about, we have an ADA committee that was enforced, that was set in place because we got sued.
Right.
And the law said, the lawsuit that we settled said we would put $1 million in ADA money into a fund set up for ADA expenses, whether it was city buildings or whether it was sidewalks or whatever it was.
We're more than keeping up with that spending.
Right.
You want to say something?
No, everything you're saying so far is accurate.
Okay.
The Access Board does have a set of criteria that we follow very closely. We talked about it before, LATs, stops,
Yes.
access to shopping, different things, major arterials. So those things are looked at, first. Their decision-making, their input goes in and kind of meshes with other things we've talked about. You saw in the paper, we've looked at actual aerials to see where usage is heavy. All of that gets factored in. It results in a list, which is fluid.
Sure.
And it's subject to change going forward by this body.
Right. And I think that's key, that we always, and that one of the things that we talked about as a council, and Randy, I don't remember if you were here when we got that lawsuit, but they didn't sue us for money. They sued us so that we would take care of the ADA stuff that was needed in our city. So there was no financial gain by those folks that sued us. They're still here. I still hear from them. So what I want to make sure is that we don't run out of money in the ADA fund without supplementing it with some money from sidewalk money that we have allocated in the CIP as well. That's the only way we're ever going to keep this afloat, and to do what the ADA committee is tasked to do. Are you following me, Mr. Mayor? Am I making any sense?
Mr. Warren.
Well, my only comment would be, I can't imagine that the ADA committee would be against building a sidewalk for the majority of the students that go to Eisenhower High School.
No,
I think
And that's my concern, is that is the most underserved school in the city of Lawton, with the most students that are walking every morning. The road on Gore between Eisenhower and 38th, there's basically no traffic there with people walking. There's a lot of runners that run there from Eisenhower. But it is definitely much less used than 53rd Street is. 53rd Street's got hundreds of students every day to and from school. And we have an issue there because we still have to build a bridge of some kind, and it's going to have to be a 4 foot off the grade bridge probably, but it's going to be the biggest problem. But that's my concern, is that's a school that is totally, completely underserved. I mean, there is not a sidewalk except the one we built on 52nd Street. That's the only sidewalk.
And you're correct, not only from 52nd to 67th, but that north-south going along 53rd Street, there are more kids walking in mud and everything else. I mean, they're coming from two different directions for all of those three schools.
Yeah, I'd like to add to the stretch of road from 52nd to 38th on Gore has some sidewalk already, but it doesn't have a lot of residences. It has the country club, it has the Cameron House and the baseball field for Cameron. So really, the reason we wanted to bring this up was to focus on 53rd Street and then going west out to 82nd. I agree with what Mr. Burke said about the ADA board. They have their money, they have their projects, and that's their decision what they want to do with it. And they absolutely should be in the middle of everything we're doing in case there's some kind of things we could do together. But three of us sponsored this because we saw this as like the worst place right now for serving of sidewalks. That's the bottom line. But in the future, we don't want to be in the business of micromanaging this. We want the city manager and the city engineer to manage this and just keep us informed.
Okay, can someone tell me what sidewalks have been approved by the council besides Sheridan Road? Or the south half of Sheridan?
Yes.
Richard can help. There were three that were approved. There was the Sheridan Road, and there was Cash Road from Homestead, on Cash Road from Cash and Sheridan Road up to Homestead, which is one we don't have to do because Rusty got the money. The next one, the third one that the council approved, was from Cameron University to 52nd Street, or up to Eisenhower.
Cameron to 52nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I think what I'm suggesting is we may have to alter the priority a little bit, because that one doesn't, yeah.
But I don't see why we have to alter it, because we have two sets of money that we've already allocated the money through the hotel motel money for that second sidewalk that I told you about 5 years ago, however, when we started it. That was the priority that was given to you. Am I correct?
I wasn't here 5 years ago.
Well, I'm just talking about, I'm just being facetious. A couple of years ago, when you came to the LEDA meeting, we made it very clear that there were three that we that we brought to council to get approved for medical marijuana money. Now, some of this obviously are going to be used out of CIP money, Mr. Mayor, I'm assuming?
I don't know.
There's $1 million in the fund right now, which won't do all those sidewalks.
There's $1 million for ADA. There's $5 million in the CIP for sidewalks.
Right, that's what I'm talking
And we're
about.
bringing in somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000 a year currently on medical marijuana that's currently designated for sidewalks.
Right. And
So there are different pools to go at. I don't think I don't know how you name one project an ADA project.
No.
We're using all the funds for all the projects.
Yeah.
We have it set up where whatever projects you guys want to do as a body, we'll do it.
So my question is, so you did not go and have the plans done from 38th to 52nd?
38th, I never had directions to do 38th and 52nd on sidewalk projects.
Richard?
The direction that I had as the next project was on Gore from 53rd to 67th.
Correct.
To accommodate Eisenhower High School. Now, after that, going back to our last discussion, what I took from that, nothing was voted or motioned, but what I took from that was 53rd would be a higher priority than the ones that we had talked about before, going from Gore to Cash.
I agree with that.
So my focus is already kind of going that direction. The plans for Gore from 53rd to 67th are about 80% complete right now. I'm going to be ready to have MTZ start work on Gore the day after they finish Sheridan, which will be around the end of this month.
We're looking for some clarification on exactly what order you guys want us to do them in, and we'll get them done.
Okay, Gore from where to where?
53rd to 67th. We're working on the plans for that right now. Those
You're
plans are
70% complete?
80%.
I'd like to pull up the minutes from that meeting that we had, where we had the 3 places set aside from council. So can we get it, can you get that, Tracy, for us at some point down the road? We need to know what we approved. What we approved already.
May I? Yes. At the last council meeting, where it was briefed on sidewalks, City Engineering Department and Mike presented a written document that outlined a lot of the projects that have all been discussed, and they might be slightly different order, but they're pretty much in the same order. Ridgecrest Schools, already done. Santa Fe Avenue Sidewalk, already done. Priority 1, North Sheridan Road Sidewalk Project Phase 1. Priority 2, West Gore Boulevard Sidewalk Project Phase 1. That's from 52nd to 67th Street. Priority 3, West Gore Boulevard Sidewalk Project Phase 2. That's from Gore Boulevard, 38th Street to 52nd Street. Priority 4, Southwest Lee Boulevard Sidewalk Project. That's from Southwest 11th Street to Southwest 17th Street. Priority 5, Ferris Avenue Sidewalk Project. Priority 6, East Gore Boulevard Sidewalk Project. That's from Northeast 51st Street. Flower Mound to Northeast 51st Street. Priority 7, West Gore Boulevard Project Phase 3. That's Southwest Sheridan Road to Cameron University. Priority 8, northwest side of Gore Boulevard from Southwest Sheridan Road to CCMH entrance. Priority 9, Northwest 6th Street, northwest side of East Gore Boulevard from Flower Mound Road to Northeast 51st Street. Priority 10, South 11th Street from Ranch Oak Boulevard to Southwest Lee Boulevard, and it goes on. There's 4 pages of it. But the point that I made with my staff was all of these, since they're capital projects, need to go through the capital management portal. And once they go through the capital management portal, it'll get parsed against our criteria that you guys all developed, and they will spit out those priorities and availability of funding, whether it's from medical marijuana money, capital improvement money, or other specialty funds out there. We can fund those projects in accordance with how much funding we have available. We do currently have a little over $1 million in the fund, and we project to accrue about another $500,000, $450,000, $500,000 with medical marijuana. And so that's what we're working through right now is that priority list. I believe, and what I understood from various council meetings we've had in the past was, and I really didn't focus on much past 1 and 2 because we were in the design phases, but 1 and 2 was Sheraton Road, and then it was Gore Boulevard from Eisenhower to 67th Street. And that's what council, I believe, is consensus indicated, and that's what I have directed staff to work towards. If that's not council's intent, then I really need to know. But that's what we've been working on for the past 6 months or so. You know?
At the last council meeting, we talked about changing Gore from 52nd to 38th to actually 53rd Street between Gore and Cash, based on some of the factors we talked about.
That was my last notes that I had, so thank you for remembering all the subtleties, because I can't remember all of them.
So on the 53rd Street project, I drove by and I guess there was some upgrade done to the street there. And actually there is a pretty good sidewalk going from Eisenhower all the way to the creek. I was unaware of that before. So we've made good progress on 53rd. I guess we have to decide how far, whether that has to go all the way to Gore, I mean all the way to Cash or not. But you're making good progress there, so.
That was done in the street project.
Yeah, that was.
Looks good.
Do we have a motion or direction here?
Well, my motion is to direct staff to look at those 2 sidewalk projects next in priority. Gore Boulevard from Eisenhower to 67th, and then 53rd Street from Gore to Cash. But beyond that, we need to create our priority list of the rest of them, get working on those 2, and then we can discuss with the city manager in here, that's fine, what's next, what's the next thing we're going to look at? Because you have the matrix to make those decisions on what is the priority.
I'll second that, but I had 2 questions. One is, which side of Gore?
north or south?
Both for starters. After 56th, I believe it is, it'll be strictly along the north side all the way to 67.
Okay.
There's
Okay,
going to
okay.
be a couple of challenging parts.
Hold on just a minute. Did we get a motion and a second? Who seconded? Okay, all right. So Mr. Fortenbaugh made a motion to make the next priority 52nd, 67th on Gore, and the priority after that, 53rd Street from Gore to Cash Road. Seconded by Mr. Warren. Discussion. Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael, that list, I mean, you can put that through a matrix, but you don't have that kind of set up. Is there a way that we could possibly get a copy of that, or email it to us or something like that, so I could?
Absolutely, we'll get that list to you. Now, there were some modifications like Mr.
Right, of course.
Fortenbaugh discussed, but we'll get that list to you. And we've gone through the budgeting process, and as Jonah and I talked about earlier in that budgeting process, and Joseph, since we've already spent the dollars for this budget year, we haven't spent them, but we've already allocated them for the project. There wasn't much of that to run through that process. Next year, there will be much more of that process where it will be more interactive with the council, because we will be deciding which capital projects you guys want to fund out of your CIP dollars and your medical marijuana and your other specialty funding for whatever sidewalks or construction projects we're doing. It's just, this year the stuff was already in the matrix, so when we put them in there, it was already allocated.
Sure, whatever you can do.
Okay, so maybe we can send that priority list as you have it to everybody and let them be studying, and sometime in the future when we get away from these giant agendas, we can bring it up and they can set a longer.
Is that a hint, Mayor?
You can set your longer priorities instead of onesies and twosies, so please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item 45, receive a briefing from City Manager Michael Cleghorn regarding the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, SLFRF program, which is also known as the American Recovery Act, ARPA, and provide direction for current and suggested ARPA-related expenditures. Michael.
Mayor, I'm going to try to make this quick and concise, as I usually try to do, so hang on. As you're well aware, the city received its first tranche of American Rescue Plan Act funds, or SLFRF, State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, last May-June timeframe, $9.101 million. On June the 6th of this year, we received our second tranche of money in the tune of $9.101 million. The council has before them a document that I've worked with David Floyd of Floyd and Driver Law Firm, and the items in yellow are the items that the council has previously approved. Now, just to refresh your memory, that was public safety radios in the tune of $3.995 million, self-contained breathing apparatus bottles for the fire department at $542, premium pay in the tune of $3.608 million, and taser units, 140 of those, and the cost of $467,000. That is all the money that has been spent. Council also asked me to put together a list of recommendations. This is purely Mike's sitting down and figuring up things, and if you look down at the bottom, there's over $51 million. And actually, I forgot to add a couple of important things that I think are pretty important. So add to that list security mechanisms for City Hall. We have gone through a rash in this country of active shooter drills and things of that nature, so having some sort of walk-through metal detector devices I think would be prudent for the council to spend on, approximately $50,000 if you want to go that route. And then added to that list, which I could come up with ideas, and I'm sure you guys can all day long, would be a citizens drop-off center at the landfill at approximately $1.5 million. So that wasn't on this list. I'm sorry. In the middle of the night, I wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and say I should have put that on the list, and that was this morning at 2 o'clock in the morning. So that being said, you can see on this list that there are a number of additional requests. One that I would ask that you would consider soon is the E911 consoles for radios. Now, when we asked for the radios to upgrade our radio systems, somehow, some way, we missed the radio consoles for the E911 center. I don't know how that happened, but it did. Nonetheless, that's $125,000 if we want to rectify that. And then the second thing I would ask that you would consider is where's it at on here? I can't see half my writing here. LED lighting, it's the item in blue, right? Which will be your next item on your list at $455,000. Now, why is that important? Well, that's important because it'll convert every light in the city, minus the library right now, because the main library, because it's going through a light study. It will convert every light in the city and every building the city owns to LED lights. That will save us about $70,000 in operating costs every year. It's important to consider that when you talk about funds like this, that we've done this in the past with the CARES Act money. These are one-time dollars. These should not be spent on anything that has a recurring cost associated with it. So that being considered, I've put a number of items on this list from 1 to 20, and then 2 more that I just spoke about verbally. And we can discuss, get direction from council, what y'all would like to see us look at. There are a number of items on this list, Mayor, and I can go through them. For example, if you'd like to fund stormwater repairs and drainage projects, we could spend all $10 million, or approximately $9.7 million, on drainage projects. We could spend $10 million if you wanted to fund a youth sports center, for example. We could spend, well, 9.7, I'm rounding up. We could spend $5.5 million on the 11th Street Bridge replacement. We could spend money on fire department vehicles, which those things are great to purchase because they're very expensive, and that would purchase like a tanker truck and an engine for one of our for the fire department. We could purchase police cars. One of the things that we do not have is an emergency management vehicle. And what I mean by that is a portable RV type system outfitted with consoles for computers and radios and a satellite uplink. We do not have that. So if we were to wipe out certain areas, we do have redundancy for our communication systems in Oklahoma City, but with no place to operate out of, we wouldn't have any continuity of operation. So that's something to consider. For example, I've listed park wading pool repairs and or replacements. Now, there's a question on whether or not the park wading pools can be repaired. I've talked to Mr. Magoon. I don't know. He's the expert. He seems to believe that probably not, but we'd have to get him out there and have a more in-depth look at it and see, or you could fund splash pads if you choose. Fiber optic extension, well, that may have been solved today with the Dobson fiber communication. That's a continuity of government thing, so that one may have been solved for us. Fingers crossed, I hope so. City Hall capital investments. If council recalls, recently, council approved moving forward with City Hall project, $6 million, what we had allocated in the CIP. Well, as we all know, inflation is really killing us right now. It's probably going to be $1.5 million to maybe $2 million more than that. We could probably cover that shortfall with this if council chooses, or we're going to have to look at other overages and funding received through the CIP initiative. And then going down through the list, City Hall capital investments. There are things, well, I already spoke about that one, excuse me, I'm reading right here. Park equipment replacement. I mean, these are just ideas off the top of my head. We could spend $1 million replacing park equipment, everything from slides to swings and everything in between. And then AC repairs, and I've listed on there AC repairs. Johnson Controls, we had them, didn't do the best work for us. Matter of fact, we're in litigation for that right now, and as a consequence, we have suffered in our AC maintenance and repairs. So there's a number of ideas here, not married to any of them. It's for you guys to consider, and we can discuss it at a future date. But I would ask that you consider one item tonight, and that would be the LED project.
So I really appreciate this list, and I knew that there was a tremendous list involved, and we're always going to be in the place where we need to do something. When I think of this one-time money, and it was just a few months ago we were going to spend that on the sports complex, and then the sports complex got put on hold because of some challenges with the architect. And then we've already spent $1 million of this. We got another request for $400,000. I don't see anything on this list, to me, that would make a change in our community the way that sports facility would. And I think it's pretty clear that the $8 million that we have in the CIP, and remember, The CIP says not to exceed 8 million. So we cannot take more money from the CIP, even if it's bringing in more money. I would like to see us put a moratorium on this because I believe the most important thing on that list is that youth sports complex. And we're going to be re-driving towards that with this Elmer Thomas Park plan. And we're not going to let that die. I don't want to let that go away from us. I think it's going to transform the community and help us become the best sports program in Oklahoma. Now I'm going to address the LED lighting. That's important. And we need to do things that will save us $70,000 a year. But I also think that the budget gets the benefit from that $70,000. The budget can pay for it. And we can take out a note for that $443,000 and pay it back with the savings over however many years that is. So I'm not saying don't do that, and I'm not saying all these other things aren't important. I'm saying if you want to change the community, you will stay focused on doing things for our kids, and that sports program is, that sports facility is paramount. Comments?
I would definitely agree on the sports complex. I know that everything's kind of up in the air about what may or may not happen. All I know for sure is that something's going to happen. There's going to be a sports complex someplace, and we need to have enough money to do it, and so that's important. I think I would agree if we could actually borrow the money to do LED lighting. I think that might be maybe the best way to go. I don't know. I don't know what we can get that at, 2% or 2.5%, or what we can get it for. We just have to look at that. But I think everybody needs to digest this, and maybe everybody needs to mark their own most important list. I mean, it's always disheartening when you look at it and you see all the things that need to be done and we want to be done, and then you look up at the top at how much money there is to do all those things. But there's some things I think that one way or the other we have to do, and I don't know, if they come out of next year's budget. Lord, what would that be? 23, 24 budget or what it would be, but the radio consoles, I mean, we have to have those. I mean, we can't not have those.
Thank you. I would humbly request that the council consider the request for LEDs, and I was just informed, unfortunately, the radios we purchased will not work without the consoles. That would leave, if council funded those two items, about $9.4 million, approximately. And that would be done. That would be the sports authority monies, and we could, we're done with our.
How much is the consoles?
$125,000.
Is there a way to get that out of the budget?
Mayor, I'd have to go back and look, possibly.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not on the agenda, so I don't think we can take action on that tonight anyway. So
I got a question.
Yes.
Yeah, Michael, obviously these lights are important to you, and I'm trying to think in my mind, I'm thinking that's going to cause a savings on our electric bill, or, I mean, what's in your head about those lights?
Correct. Those are, depends on who you talk to, 15 to 20 year life on some of those light bulbs. It's been my experience probably 10 to 15 years. But nonetheless, those lights last a heck of a lot longer, and they're overall cost savings to the budget each year. Now, when we have cost savings like that, we end up using those cost savings to fund other areas most routinely in the budget, because routinely, we do not have enough money to fund all the things we need to fund. I mean, for example, here, there's well over $52 million if you add the landfill drop-off point of requests for about $10 million worth of remaining funds. So that's where we are. Really?
Well, I mean, I do think that the E911 consoles, that's what we've got to have to make it work. It's only common sense that that should be something we expend that on. I also believe that the City Hall cleaning and maintenance thing is really important because the McMahon Foundation gave us money to be in this house. Lawton Public Schools gave us this house. And we got to take care of it. And we see baseboards that are rotting. We see carpet that needs to be replaced. We see many blinds that have fallen down. We see curtains that have never been cleaned. I can go on and on and on. We see lights that are not working in the area out front. I mean, we've got a lot of stuff that just we have never had in the budget to be able to go in and do the maintenance we need to do here. And we promised when we built this building in 2008, when we started, that we would maintain it and take care of it. And I think we've tried. It's just we haven't ever had enough funds to do what we needed to do. So there's a lot of stuff on here. I mean, I even thought, you know, the Lake Hill and Park sidewalks. Everybody got excited when they heard about it. Because that's the way, that sidewalk in Elmer Thomas Park is used more than any sidewalk in the city of Lawton. And so you could argue for that, right? We could argue for Randy's Bridge out on, that goes across, you know, to get across the road there where the sidewalks are at. Those are all things that make good sense, but we already have $8 million set aside in the CIP for the youth sports complex, right?
And we have a $27 million estimate.
No, exactly. So we're going to have to, even if we put 10 in there, we're 18. We're still 10 away just about. So if you say it quietly. But all I'm saying is there's just a whole lot of fundraising that still has to happen. And I don't know the answers, but I do appreciate the list. I think, you know.
So, Mayor and Council, it's important to state, right, that there were categorical areas that we had to spend money in. And some of those categorical areas, for example, that you've spent some money in were in the categorical area of public health. That was one of the areas that the SLFR program really kind of dictated in its guidance, right, and its instructions. Now, what we're talking about is revenue offset money. There was also a provision in the documentation that allowed council to offset a flat amount of $10 million. We took that route because it was the easiest way to calculate, and when the calculations kind of turned out to be about that much anyways, it was just flat to take the flat amount. So you can spend, literally you can spend this $10 million on anything you want, right? It does not have to fit in one of these categorical areas, which would be, you know, along the lines of broadband, water, sewer infrastructure. And that would be a category you could spend in, and it would be a categorical area if you chose to fund one of those projects. But you don't have to. What I'm saying is the $10 million is yours to spend, correct, in the areas that you want because of the revenue offset. And that was the loss of revenue caused by the pandemic. As we've seen, we've had a loss of revenue. Now, would this have solved any of our other issues that we've dealt with today? No, it would not. It's one-time money. It would have just been a Band-Aid to a lot of those issues, right? But what we're talking about here is, Mayor, I think you made a very good point, is a chance to make a big impact to the community. All I'm asking is we consider 2 additional items, and then you guys say, Michael, hey, we're gonna fund the youth sports center at 9.4-ish, whatever $1 million is, and no more. That's it. Or whatever your recommendations are for lists to come back in, and I'll bring it back and we discuss it again. That's my recommendation.
I thought you were reaching for your light. No, I'm sorry. I saw the wrong light. I'm sorry. Ms. Johnson.
I heard mention about the possibility of maybe getting a loan for part or all of the lights. Have you considered that? We're going to have a cost savings, and will we be able to use that cost savings to pay that back? What are some thoughts or some possibilities of looking into that?
If you're asking me, that's the way Michael's out here. Okay. Actually, I haven't discussed that with him, so he may not have been.
I have not considered that, and I don't want to add any more pressure to the council than necessary. But as of all things, and I think this is the end of the calendar year type things that occur, right? Prices are going to increase. Prices will go up 20, probably 30%. Right now, this is $455,000 of cost savings. We can pay the cost difference and fund it. We probably get a loan in the neighborhood of 2 to 3% ish, but this is a smaller amount, so it could be considerably more. I'd have to check with the Bank of Oklahoma. And the offset results in offset could help pay for the cost of the program. But I look at it like this. It's one-time money. You get a chance to do this one time. You can pay for all lights in the building. You don't owe anybody any money. Now, Mayor, now you and I have different philosophies on that, but that's okay because we work together very well. And borrow money, there's nothing wrong with that, especially in a time of inflation like it is right today, because we could probably borrow money cheaper. So I'm fine either way is what I'm saying.
So in business, that's the way we do it. We wouldn't have the money, but if we invest this $443,000, we would save $70,000 a year. We'd go to the bank and we'd get a loan and we'd pay it back out of our savings. So I believe that's the way we should do it, because I believe, well, first of all, the benefit goes to the budget. But I also believe, and I think I've been very clear on that the thing that's going to make a difference in this community is that sports complex that price just ballooned out of sight on us. I'd like to see us find another way to buy the consoles, but if we can't, we can't. At least it's not $500,000. Mr. Warren.
David has a little more information. Maybe. It's all right.
Just one thing that I wanted to bring to your attention, just keep in mind, there are timing restrictions on how long this money can be held on to and when it has to be spent. These funds have to be encumbered by December 31st of 2024 and expended by December 31st of 2026. I know that seems like a long time from now, but when we're looking at a capital-intensive facility like this, 4 years goes by very quickly, and that money has to be gone by the end of the year, December 26th. So.
And once we get a better grip on what we're doing in that timeline, we'll have an idea if we're going to be able to do it. But if at estimated cost that approach $30 million, we ought to be able to spend that first $10 million out of this. So.
And I think that's part of my question. I don't know, maybe I don't even have a question, maybe it's a statement, I don't know. Let's say we did say we're gonna take 9.5 to fund the youth sports center, regardless of where it's gonna be, out in the field someplace or Lake Helen, wherever. And let's say we got the Mavericks called and said, we like y'all so much, we're going to give you $40 million to build the facility. Now we've got this money that we've dedicated. Can we change what we want to spend that on as long as we do it before those deadlines?
That's exactly correct. You can spend it on anything you want as long as it's encumbered by December 31st, 2024 and expended before 2026.
Okay, so in theory, and I'm only saying this because it's in my ward, but in theory, if we decided to do a sports complex and then we did get, manna from heaven and we didn't have to spend that money, then we could spend that money to do Lee West Park or whatever else that we wanted to do. I had that road built. It was ready.
I think what David said is extremely important. If we were to receive manna from heaven, that project would have to be designed and ready to build, and then built by 26. It'd have to be done. So I'm not saying that you don't have time to do this, because we do have 4 years, and the majority and likelihood of it being spent on the sports complex, in my opinion, is very high, because you can, as the mayor said, you can spend the first $10 million or $9.5 million, whatever y'all decide, on that, and we're done, we're good. But we have to, every one of these expenditures, I have to log into the Treasury portal and swear on a stack of very tall Bibles, this is what we spent that money on. So whatever you decide, let's make sure we do it, and we're all good for it, so I can swear on it. So.
But we can change it up with Lee West. Council.
Yeah, I'm assuming that we can't do that console tonight, right?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
No.
Come back with an idea about the console. What's the best?
Yes, let's.
What's the best idea for the console? Is it that we get a loan, the lights, and maybe I don't know. Figure it out. That's your job, and come back with a better plan. And we're tired.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Tired. The rest of it we can't decide anyway tonight, so might as well go home and think
If
about
we
it.
end up getting a loan for any of this, we better do it fast before the interest rates start really climbing.
I'll have to call Chris from Bank of Oklahoma and see how fast we could do that. I don't know I don't see why they wouldn't. Maybe it's a local bank. Well, I'll check, is what I'm saying, is we'll check on that, see what the possibility of that is.
Okay, so number 45 wasn't an action item. I think we've given good input there. Number 46, we need to take action or not.
Well, let's read it.
Well,
Consider authorizing the purchase and installation of LED lights from Oklahoma LED, an approved Oklahoma Buy Board vendor, for $443,356 to be placed in all city facilities that do not currently have LED lighting. What do you want to do? What would you say, direct staff to bring back ideas?
Yeah, can we make a motion that we ask staff to bring back funding ideas besides what we already currently think you thought? And see if there's a loan type program out there with savings. Bring that back to us by the next council meeting.
You don't ask, you don't get.
If not before, I mean, because if we have
2 weeks away.
a die date of whatever, as long as we can meet the requirements for a meeting, we'll have a special meeting if we have to make sure we can save some money.
That's my motion.
Okay, and that was the motion. Do I have a second? Second. And let's vote. And the motion carries 7-0. There are no staff reports. Do we have a motion to go to executive session? Motion and a second. Please call the roll. By the way, we're meeting in the fishbowl.
Burke. Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Chapman.
Can't do this to us again.
once you have to.
Well, seven, we are back from executive session. Please call the roll.
Hampton. Fortenbaugh. Johnson. Warren. Hankins. Chapman. Burke.
Item number 47, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending claim by Jeffrey Temple with the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission against the City of Lawton. I understand there's a motion on this agenda item.
Mayor, council, I move to appoint Councilperson Randy Warren to attend mediation concerning the pending claim by Jeffrey Temple with the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission against the City of Lawton.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item number 48, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, council convened an executive session to discuss the pending claim by Linda Town with the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission against the City of Lawton. I understand there's a motion on this agenda item.
Yes, sir, I have a motion. I move to appoint Councilperson Warren to attend mediation concerning the pending claim by Linda Town with the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission against the City of Lawton.
Motion and a second. Please vote. And the item carries 7-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment? Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Fortenbaugh. Yes. Johnson. Warren. Yes. Hankins. Yes. Harris. Oh, sorry. Chapman. Burke. Hampton.
Have a good evening.